Hello, YouTube. It's me, Bugboy1014. Today on Variety Friday, I didn't have anything slated to play. So, what I'm going to do, and let me shrink myself back down. Oh, excuse me. It's just a hangout session where I just do D&D stuff. Specifically, I'm not going to reveal any spoilers, but I wanted to do some bug fixing. So first off, I need to fix this map so it's not laggy anymore. And that has to do with all of this gobbledygook, evidently. It's because I used a freehand thing to draw these sight lines. And because I did that, it caused a whole bunch of issues because evidently Roll20 uses vector graphs for vector graphics for, freehand drawings. So I need to fix this and just use actual polygons. So yeah, that's an annoying bit. Dude. Clear drawings. Clear. There we go. Anyway. Hello, Ian. The second thing I need to do today is actually bring in some magic items and spells into the references for people to reference later. Cool. Glad to hear. All right. So I'm going to be starting with this just because this is pretty easy for me to do. Cool. I hope you enjoy it. Polygon/line. Thank you, Chicky. You too. Uh, D&D work goes well so far. Basically, I found out part of the reason why there's so much lag in this map is because I drew all the sight lines freehand. And evidently, Roll20 uses vector graphics when it comes to freehand drawing. So it was like, instead of just being one line I drew freehand, it was like hundreds of lines, and that was causing lots of lag. So I need to redo all of the lines here for determining sight lines and what people can and can't see. Uh, why would I roll for initiative? I mean, I guess I can roll for initiative. Why would I do that though? Um, just pick a token. Hey, Gerald, you're currently a statue, but roll for initiative. There, roll for initiative with the character. Enter. Thank you, Chicky. You too. Okay. Other way. Back to what I was doing, which is drawing lines. Uh, hold shift to snap the grid. Control Z to undo last line. Right click. Oh, that's how that works. Oh, I see. Okay. Um, by the way, I think I got the coding to work to retrieve the Sword of Light and Darkness when you get the Chaos Breaker, but it looks like it can only be a one-time thing. If you don't have enough space in your inventory, you will not be able to get both swords back, along with the Chaos Breaker. Okay. Um, then I would just add in like a text prompt before then to say clear Max's inventory before proceeding or something, just to warn the player. That's what I would do. All right. Oh, right. I can have chill music in the background. Do I ever have chill music? Yeah, I guess you guys can hear that now. This is just tabletop audio music, in case you're curious. Alright. And back down. Over there. I added a note to one of the messages that you read in the shrine that warns players. To warn players. Okay, cool. How is your ROM hack going, by the way? You can also probably hear the gentle pitter-patter of rain outside, if I had to guess. Uh, I think it's nearly done, but I want to give it a once-over before I make it public. Alright. Well, if you have it done by next Friday, I'll play it on stream. I'll play it for a Variety Friday. I won't promise I'll do a full playthrough, but I will at least play it once on a Variety Friday, just to show it off. And even if it's not done next week, then that's fine. Just whenever you get it done, I'll play it on a Friday. And if I like it and people like it, I might do a full playthrough. You never know. I have to redo that entire thing now, I think. I wish that there was a way to move the camera. I wish there was a way to move the camera without having to actually, like, right click. Well, let's start again. Oh, right. Draw polygon slash line. Uh, I'm back. Graphics card was freaking out. Going on Final Fantasy 14. I'm hooked. BRB. Well, I'm glad you got hooked on that game. Take your time. If anyone has any questions or things that they want to talk about, feel free to talk with me about them because, again, this is just a chill hangout stream. I'm also going to be checking Discord on my tablet while doing this too. So, keep that in mind as well. I did your first 3 dungeons and I aced it. Cool. Are you speeding through the story or are you doing all the side quest stuff? I was thinking about if I should try to work with the stat gains to remove some of the randomness of stat gains, but I don't know if people would rather keep the randomness that Shining Force 1 is known for. I'm doing side quest stuff too. I'm almost 1 time. Personally, I like the randomness that Shining Force is known for. That's my personal opinion. Uh, to me, it's a part of the game. So if you removed it, it's like you're removing a part of what makes Shining Force, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. I know that the game can exist without it, and I'm sure it'd be perfectly fun without it too. But I like the randomness, which is why in my ROM hack I went to add in a little bit more randomness than it normally has.
Rika, she said, do you talk to Split lately? Rika, she said she's quiet.
Uh, the randomness does add to the gameplay, but many people complain that it makes the game less fun. Uh, I may build 2 versions, one with the randomness, one without, and one without it. Yeah, sure. When in doubt, just make both. It's a pretty simple edit to just copy and paste the thing, and then just edit one way and the other way. Here's an idea. Have you messed with the poison settings in the settings menu? Because I know there's a way to make it so it does the percentage of your health of damage instead of doing fixed damage to actually make poison more of a relevant threat. I have not messed with that, but I know that's a thing that you can do. And I figure it out for inspiration. I'm done. Alright. Made the poison take 10% damage per each round. Alright, that's still pretty generous, but yeah. That seems pretty reasonable. All things considered. I know in my ROM hack, one of the plans I was going to make would be like, oh, it takes like 25% per round, which is crazy, but also makes poison actually a problem and makes it so you actually need to have antidotes or a person who can cure it on standby. I also tried to figure out a way to make the Shower of Cure heal status ailments because I couldn't figure out a way to do that. Um, Not like curse, but specifically poison. I tried to figure out a way to make it heal both health and poison, but I couldn't figure out a way to do that. To make the Shower of Cure actually stand out compared to just the Aura 4 spell. Unfortunately, items have one effect, and you have to choose between healing or damage or healing poison effects. The game does not allow for a combo stat effect. Yeah, I figured that. That's what I figured because I couldn't figure out how to do it. So yeah, that makes sense. You need to hard code something, and I'm not good at coding, so I can't hard code things. If I was good at coding, I would just see if I could hard code it, but I am not, so I cannot. If for those of you at home who do not know what I'm doing, one of the features of Roll20 is a dynamic lighting system. And because of the dynamic lighting system, basically, because of the dynamic lighting system, for barriers to actually exist on the map, you need to go into the lighting section and actually put walls in physically that block light, which is what I'm doing in this case. Putting walls in that block light. So yeah, that is exactly what I'm doing here. It's basically just designating, hey, where is light blocked? Where specifically is it blocked? To do something like that, you have to go deeper into the code than you can with Shining Force 1A. Yeah, that's what I meant by hard coding. You need to actually like open it up with a different tool. Like, actual hex editors and stuff. Because I know there are people who have done ROM hacks with those. After all, they did those back before Shining Force 1 editor existed. Okay. Alright, so there's one of our sight lines. Now if we take this little guy. Oh, right. He's not on this layer. Let's take this little guy right here. Actually, let's take someone like, let's just take a random character. Clocksworth. Be my demonstration. Okay. See, moving around, and you see how these lines now block light. You can see the exact, like, lines I did as they're blocking light currently, etc. Now, of course, these walls aren't doing that yet because I haven't actually done it for these walls yet. But that's basically just a proof of concept of what's going on here. Also, I just realized your token is wrong, Clockwise. Let me go ahead and fix that while I'm here. Oh, wait, what? I guess now it fixes itself? Huh. Weird. Regardless. So yeah, that's what we're doing here, is we're just setting up sight lines, and that way people can know what they can see and what they can't see at any given time. And it's a lot less I have to describe what they can see and a lot more they can just kind of see. In fact, that is how they build Shining Force Legendary. Yeah, I knew that. Let me take a bite of my quesadilla. Now that I actually have a break. Anyways, I have to take care of a couple of items, so I'll be lurking for a while. Alright, go ahead and lurk. Take care, my friend. I'll see you next time. You know what? Let's get some non-copyrighted music in here. Non-copyright background music. There we go. Non-copyrighted tavern music. There we go. Here's some nice scenic music. No. Not all of that. Just this. Yeah, that. Get rid of that. Thank you. See, thing about this is stuff I'd be doing regardless of whether I was streaming or not. This is just stuff I'd already be doing even if I wasn't streaming, just because this is what I do in my downtime, and this is Dungeon Master prep work. Right. This is the type of stuff as Dungeon Master I need to be doing. Just because, you know, this is the type of stuff that the players aren't expected to do this. This is entirely stuff I need to do to help ensure that the players have the best experience possible. You know. After all, I want to be a courteous host and actually have an entertaining session. And if the session's going to be entertaining, then I need to do some prep work. Of course, improv is the slice of life, and, you know, maybe not the slice of life, but improv is one of the most important things in Dungeons & Dragons. But just because you're really good at improv does not necessarily mean that you should not prepare anything, because you should definitely prepare quite a few things. Though, you can definitely improv most of Dungeons & Dragons. And I will stand by that logic. You can improv the majority of Dungeon Master. Hey my guy, just pop in and say hi. Can't stay long though, so I'll be on Lurk Dirty. Have a good stream. Yep. Thank you, Darth. Happy to have the work. Lurkers are workers. As I was just talking about, this is stuff I'd be doing if I wasn't streaming. And I'm like, I don't really have anything I want to do in terms of gaming today, so why don't I just stream what I'd be doing as my busy work anyway, which is this. It's preparing for the upcoming session. If you do not know what I'm currently doing, I am currently drawing sightlines. for the dynamic lighting system in Roll20. Basically, all these walls exist normally, however, they don't block line of sight normally unless I designate that they do. This is me designating that they block line of sight. And this is an upcoming map that I'm going to be using probably next session, but in the sessions in the future, definitely. And for those wondering, the background music, it is non-copyright background music. So I don't mind having it. My wife is being annoying. She keeps asking me all these questions, and I'm like, I'm focusing on D&D right now. And I mean, I don't mind necessarily, it's just kind of annoying. Alright. She keeps asking me about one of my friends, and I'm like, I don't care about her I don't care about that friend right now, just because of the fact of they have their own life. Why would I care? And they haven't talked to her in a while, but at the same time, I'm also busy. Alright, one final wall. That would be, well, okay, maybe this isn't necessarily the final wall, but there is this one. There we go. I believe that's everything. Alright, I think that's all of it. The only thing I can think of is like this blocking lights as well as that, which and this, which those shouldn't be that hard. For those, I just need the circle tool. Though, now that I think about it, instead of it being a circle, I should just do polygon line. Any others? I think that's good. I think that's it. I think that's good. Though, now that since I put that one there, I'm actually going to have to move this a little bit. Okay. What this tells me, is that I should do... Now I'm going to try something else. Dynamic lighting barriers restrict movement. Yeah. This setting, by the way, adjusts how bright it is for me, personally, as the GM. So I'm going to actually crank that down to here. Here we go. Now it's hard for me to see without a little light. And it's easier for me to tell what is actually being illuminated. Oh god, I think I may have to fight you free. Have fun! Alright, now that I finished that. Loading. How many chapters? Okay. But now you can see what the people can see, what the there we go. Now you can see what the players can see from outside the cave. I'll send the screenshots up. And then if I remove, this light source. Let's crank the opacity up even more. Not what I meant to do. I did not mean to go here. Can you change viewing distance based on if you have a light source or if they have dark vision? Yes, I can actually. For example, let me drop down a light source here. So go here and then drop down a torch, and then boom. Now, if they have a light source, suddenly they can see a lot more. You know, and then there, and then there. Well, let's say, oh, it wasn't someone with a light source. It was someone with dark vision. No, not that. Look away. Look away. Different layer. And back. Let's remove these for a hot second so I can... That's not what I want to do. Stop doing it. Go back. Remove the light source. Remove the light source. Okay. Let's say it was someone with, oh, dark vision, like Clocksworth, maybe, for example. Here, he doesn't have illumination, but he has dark vision. So this is how much he's able to see. And as you see, it fades off in the distance. And as I move him around, it shows, oh, hey, you can see over there. And he has 60 foot of dark vision, for reference, by the way. This shows what he can see. So yeah, that's the dynamic lighting system. It's pretty cool. Now let me add the light source back in. This is the cave leading to outside. So I put a light source in here specifically to represent sunlight. The sunlight streaming in. Alright, so now that I got that done, let me go ahead and turn the opacity back up so that, you know, I can actually see the map. Because currently, and let me actually turn that music down a little bit because I just realized how loud it is. Actually, let me turn it down on my end. There we go. Alright. Now let me turn the opacity back up. It's from 100% to 75, which is where I like to usually have it. There we go. Now I can kind of see the map, but I can't see it well enough that I can see the map, but I can still tell where the darkness is, and I can tell where the players can see. That's pretty cool. Alright, so now that I got the actual lighting for this area done, thankfully. Exactly. Alright. So, now let's actually work on the other thing I came here for. Let's close characters. References. Specifically, I'm typing up a bunch of references to things. So, for that, I'm going to need this book. Actually, I won't necessarily need that book right away. I just realized I should probably pull that on a different screen. I'm going to do that now. Both, no. Do 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 do.
It's Dracula.
Not that one. The other one. Where's the other one? Yep. There we go. Yep, you heard correct. It's D&D time. Ugh. More specifically, it's not an oncoming storm campaign session. No, it's me hanging out doing DM prep work. So yeah, this is me doing prep work time. And I would have been doing this off stream anyway, but I'm like, hey, it's already Friday, I might as well stream it. You know, we just got done completing all of the sight lines for this map, which is the cave map that you guys saw last time in session 2. And there's going to be an actual session tomorrow, which is part of why I'm preparing this stuff. So right now, I need to pump in a bunch of magic items into references. So, in all, today I want to get a bunch of items and weapons written out for different rarities for players to reference. 2, I then want to do for spells, and keep in mind I'm talking about the ones that I can't just find in the compendium. And then 3, I want to do, make tables. I want to make tables for magic items. I've been busy with work and school, so I haven't been able to D&D and find a group to play with, expect the one I made. Neat. Well, if you ever wanted to come try it out a little bit with us, I do have some kind of simple characters named Harold and Gerald that you could pilot for a while for like a session or 2. I have notebooks of tables and things, my guy. Tomorrow is the session for the 8-man group, correct? Yep, exactly. It is indeed. Which is part of why I'm doing final prep work. Alright. I'm also trying my best to keep spoilery stuff not visible, just in case any of the players watch this before tomorrow's session. Plus, if I show too many spoilery things, it might spoil things for a lot later in the campaign. So I don't want to reveal much of that, so I'm trying my best not to. Though, of course, you're going to see me pumping in some magic items. So you're going to see what some of the magic items are available in this campaign. That's going to be a byproduct of doing this. I don't think I will join, but thank you for the offer. Okay, I just thought I'd offer. Since you said you were looking for a group. Alright, so Dragon Slayer's Shield, a rare shield. Do I already have something for this? No. Okay. Dragon Slayer's Shield. Not visible yet. I guess technically this would be visible to Hoonery, wouldn't it? Which Hoonery would be Blue Draconics. No, because it doesn't overtly connect. Since I won't be part of tomorrow's group, I'll probably pop into the stream a little late since you are a few hours earlier than me. Yeah, that's fine. That makes sense to me because you're not a direct part of the group. But it will be Kishraka. It'll still be the same campaign setting, so you could maybe learn some things about your guys' own campaign by doing this. Though that would be called metagaming. I do not encourage metagaming, but at the same time, I know that people do it anyway. As long as you can make it so that it doesn't affect your actual characters' stuff that they do, then yeah, I'm fine with it. Also, I forgot, Blue, specifically, is able to know all of this thanks to the fact that he is a dragon scholar. His character's backstory is dragon scholar, so anything related to dragons, he knows. Or he knows where to find information on it. Blue Draconics. Blue Draconics. And Blue Draconics. Here we go. Bug, have you tried pitting them against a small group of goblins in a battle of wits? What do you mean by a battle of wits? Because I think that's the key of your question is battle of wits. Because, they have not been paired against a small group of goblins yet. But, as for battle of wits, I don't know. I have pit the entire group against each other, though, in a player versus player gladiator match as my session 1, because I knew that there wouldn't be permanent consequence to it. I was able to read all the homebrew notes on Roll20. That's when I figured out that I got all my tools for free. Yep. Like, how smarter? Oh, no, I've never done that. Armored shield requires movement. This shield is carved from a single piece of a large dragon's skull, and then imbued with the powerful essence of a full spirit. The shield has 7 charges. Well, hold it. you can use an action to expend one or more of its charges to use one of the following abilities from it. My player argued with the goblin encounter, and with the goblin encounter I had, and confused them enough to just leave. Nice. All right. Also, by the way, did I mention I have a main villain in my campaign now? Or at least I've made the main villain now. He now exists. So yeah, I now have stats for the main villain, and he is scary. Oh, by main villain, quote unquote, I mean the most evil dude in the world. I don't necessarily mean that I intend my players to fight him, because I don't really, not anytime soon anyway. But I do have him stat up, because he's like the biggest driver of evilness in the world. Anyway, alright, I'm gonna head out, my guy. Good luck with your DM stuff. Thank you. Take care. Thank you for stopping by, and I appreciate all the lurkers who are currently watching in the shadows. All of you must have high stealth scores, considering the fact that I can't see you. Alright. Shatter scales. No charges. Alright. The shield goes with an must succeed.
me scoot up.
Oh, stretching my back. Or its AC reduced by 2. Effect only works against targets. Natural magic. No skeleton of the creatures. Apologies if I'm quiet, by the way. Unless people come here to talk to me, I'm just going to be mostly just typing. But feel free to chat anytime. How does the alarm spell work? I had to pull up the alarm spell for someone. Don't mind me. Alright. As an action, you may perform Alright. You perform melee attack with the shield. Using strength or dexterity. All apart. It switch. Alright. All right. Not 13. It's funny. I did like 15, then 13. Now it's supposed to be 14. Alright, that's all the abilities of the shield. Cool. Now on to the Dragon Claw Gauntlets. Under this item requires attunement. Typically, they didn't with the claws. 1d8. Alright. Alright, but there's more. There is a period there. Okay.
Better.
Oh, hello. Hello, Vox. How you doing?
Oh, hello, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. How you doing?
I'm good.
Glad to hear. Alright, I am currently punching in the Dragon Claw Gauntlets.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm slowly going through the What They Don't Tell You About Dragons, What They Don't Tell You About Dragons Hordes book, and just putting in the items, and then I'll put in the spells. The reason why I did it in that order is because that's the order they have in the book, where they have the items first, and then they have the spells. So you know what? I'll just go one page at a time and punch in anything I need to punch in.
Rear said I was.
Which is also the reason why I did Dragon Blood before doing any of that, because I talked about Dragon Blood before that.
Yes, you did.
Yep. That's fine. You can speak about the private, spoilery stuff in DMs. Otherwise, yeah, I am keeping this mostly spoiler free. Of course, there's going to be some spoil just because they get to see items like this, but yeah. By the way, as for people who can see them, if a certain player does not have knowledge of the item, I am not having them actually be able to see it. Be able to see the note on it. You know what I mean?
Understood.
So yeah, most of the dragon stuff, Blue is automatically going to be able to see because Hunari is a dragon scholar, like specifically a dragon scholar.
Yeah, the only thing with me is I have knowledge of this.
You only have knowledge of stuff related to your backstory.
I mean, besides the stories and things I've been told by both my parents.
Yeah. Which I have not gone over your backstory, and I will not go over that in the chat, just because of the fact that that's spoiler stuff.
So, Surtur has earned a reputation as Clock Dude.
Clock Dude? What?
Clock Dude.
Ah, Clock Dude! Yep. Alright. I call him either Clockwise or Clockworth, or just Surtur. Anyway, if you want to test out this map, are you loaded into it? I redid all the sight lines, so that hopefully it should be a lot less laggy now.
Let me enter player view.
Yeah, enter player for you, please.
Going to it now. What the?
What?
I'm in the void.
No, you're not. Wait for the map to load.
Oh, never mind. I'm in the cave. Okay.
You're in the what?
I'm in the cave.
Yeah. I put you on the cave map. Because I redid all the sight lines on the cave map. Because I found out something. If you look at my screen, the sight lines actually look different now. Because I found out that if you draw it freehand, it uses vector graphics. And if you know anything about vector graphics, that means that freehand wasn't actually freehand. It was drawing hundreds of tiny little lines for every inch of it. So instead, I erased everything and used the polygon line one. So now there's far less lines being drawn for the actual site. And did you get yourself stuck in a wall again?
I fixed it.
Yeah,
sightlines
block movement. That's on purpose. Enter. So, is it considerably less laggy than last time?
Yes.
Like, is it actually playable now?
I can't say the same thing for everyone because different desktops, blah blah blah. but it looks less laggy for me.
Okay, is this at a acceptably playable level, do you think?
Yes.
Okay. This is what the cave looks like, by the way, and you can see the edges of where I drew the lines. I'm a sloppy person, don't mind me.
It's alright for now.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and let you explore around the cave if you want to, while I do the DM stuff in the background. So yeah, what next? Let's go to the next page. Ah, the Draconic goggles. Okay. Right. Yep, that's a pillar that blocks line of sight.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So now I don't need to describe what you guys see. You guys can just actually see what you see. You know what I mean?
It's the HP glitch. I think it's interesting.
What HP glitch?
I think it keeps on dropping me down to 38 HP.
Oh, weird. Either way, the sight lines, the dynamic lighting is interesting, isn't it? I find it interesting.
Oh, I like it too.
Alright, this will be known by Draconics. Wondrous item. The Dragon Eye goggles are created when the more common or Christian goggles affected by the dragon. Long yeah, that's still the case. Yeah, it can.
Oh, that means I could just make it happen naturally without forcing myself.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, I don't know why you're so worried about it. Dude, what was I doing? Oh, right, the goggles. Prolonged period of time. Alright. Wearing these Goggles. Skins. Something I won't mention that Hunari has not actually thought of for Karsoka. Karsoka's a dragon, right?
And he is.
Karsoka's a dragon, and he's also trying to build a horde currently, because as dragons do. There's items that can only be made by being in a dragon's horde. Have any of you guys stopped to consider that maybe Karsoka could be used to help make those items by giving him a horde?
Midnight just made a good point. It's like, have you ever thought that we can both make our own strength by building our own hordes?
No, because full dragon. Karsoka's the only full dragon in the party.
Thank you for giving him another idea for when that happens.
Right. When you guys eventually at some point become full dragons, which I know is a goal that a lot of you have, then we'll talk. But until then, Karsoka's the only full dragon in the party.
I mean, I have a little bit of a horde, but that's nothing.
Right.
Artifacts from the past that I mainly like to collect.
Uh-huh.
What's about shinies and...
Sorry, go ahead.
It's less about shinies and more about magic and the fact that they give off a sense of old.
Right, whereas Karsoka is more of a traditional dragon with just, I like shiny things. And I like magical things.
I like things that can give a past to themselves.
Which makes it hilarious to me that you're not interested in the faction of lore.
That would be a lot of factions at once.
So?
I may be interested in that. I'm just saying, when do I have time to take almost every single one that I like? At the same time, I could just take the mining faction. Oh, that doesn't fit.
What interest do you have in mining?
That's what I was thinking, like, the only thing I have is in relics.
Yeah, and also, mining tends to, also involve archaeology, and you don't get to keep the relics you find when you do archaeology.
Which will make someone very upset, doesn't it? Yes, it does.
Also, I'm slightly improving the Dragon Eye goggles compared to what it says in this book. Basically, instead of just giving you dark vision up to a range of 60 feet, and then 60 more if you have dark vision already, it also lets you see in total darkness as if it's bright light instead of just dim light.
Give you true sight.
What was that?
I thought it'd give you true sight to see through a dragon's illusion.
No, it's only a rare item. It's not giving you true sight as a rare item. True sight would let you see everything, regardless of any barriers.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be too much power for them at the moment.
I would sooner give it blind sight than true sight, and even then, blind sight is too intense for a rare item. But no, basically this gives you like dark vision plus, where it's dark vision that also doesn't suffer from the dim light issue.
Also there's now a new nickname. Zokurai has Zoki, and then for Hunari I just have Hootie.
Nice. And then Zokurai's nickname for me is just God, evidently. Which I still find hilarious. What were we stuff? Not dim light. Or new goggles. On perception, checks made to find coins as the glint of gold is caught by your eye.
Oh.
By your eye, much eating. Goggles also make you immune to the negative effects created by bright lights or terrain that tears your eyes.
He does have a good point, but I don't think that's how it works.
I'm confused by the final sentence. Anyway. Okay, so we got the Dragon Eye goggles done. So, for those who want a summary of this, basically it's just an item which is dark vision goggles, but better, combined with the goggles of sunlight, which is the ones I made, which lets you see in dim light as if it's bright light and protects you from sunlight sensitivity. And also you have advantage on perception checks when it comes to finding coins, gold, precious metals, and gems.
Ah.
Yep. And I quote, the glint of gold, precious metals, and gems is caught by your eye much easier. As it puts it. Alright, now for one of the most intense items to try and write. Because now I need to write entire stat blocks. Am I even going to write the entire stat blocks? Okay. This is a very long one. Now we have the Manual of Dragon Golems.
Okay, I can finish that.
What did I come into?
No, you're fine.
Hello, Hunari. How are you doing?
Just thinking.
What you
trying
came
to
into
start.
is a hangout. It's Variety Friday, but specifically it's a hangout session just doing D&D stuff. Where I'm just prepping for the upcoming campaign.
I just heard the words Manual of Dragon Book. I'm like, what?
Yeah, no, I was putting in magic items currently from the What They Don't Tell You About Dragonborns book. And
Okay.
currently I just got to the entry for the Manual of Draconic Golems. I told you about that before. Though, I will mention that we are keeping this spoiler-free for the most part.
Telling you about stuff in DMs, and how Midnight is telling you about stuff in DMs. Too much stuff.
Yes. You were saying, Blue?
Nope, I was saying nothing.
Oh, thought you were about to say something. Okay. Oh, how are you doing?
I'm still lying in my bed because I don't want to get up.
Fair enough.
You do realize we have a session at 9 p.m. my time, right?
Tomorrow. Not today.
I think that's like... What's your time zone compared to mine, Blue?
It is currently 8... It is currently 8:23 my time.
Ah, so the session's at 6 a.m.
It's currently 11:23 my time.
Yes.
Here.
Yeah.
The session tomorrow's at 6 a.m. for you.
I believe he is aware, because he can check the event as to when it would be. The event on the server.
I'm just making sure. I like everyone being aware.
Yes.
So, will we...
Alright. As I've already told Jaden, that if someone isn't here for the start, I'm just going to say they fell asleep and are sleeping through the first section of it. Welcome back, Exalted. Nice to see you here. Hello, I have a couple of guests now, as I'm doing this.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Exalted. This is a tired owl right now.
Yes,
A sleep turtle.
we heard you hooing in your sleep not too long ago. And Cadmus is currently exploring a cave map and showing off the sightlines, which... That reminds me. Oh, wait, you're not on roll 20, so never mind. I was going to drag Hoonery there, but they are not on roll 20, so...
It's not point. It's not purpose right now. Let him sleep.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I did want to mention something about Parsoka, though, if you're awake enough for that. Or if you don't want...
Oh, I'm awake, it's just... I don't want to get out of bed.
Okay.
I see the alcohol's already hit Hoonery.
You can blame Zuckerberg for this.
I choose to praise him.
I also partly blame Jaden for the fact that he slipped dragon blood into your seeds. Sylvestro's blood, no less.
Why did I not realize
What?
that, Scooter?
Do you
Why did I
remember
not
that during
realize
the
that, Scooter?
downtime between session 1 and 2?
He slipped into what?
Yeah, Jaden slipped some of Sylvestro's dragon blood into the seed bag that Cadmus had without him knowing, and so Hoonery was spiked for like an hour that day with just
I have a
extra
second
charisma.
person to beat up now. Thank you.
Don't go beating up Jaden. Come on now. He did that.
I'll beat up both of them at the same time.
Why did I not realize it was dragon blood? I thought it was Feywild fruit. I did not realize it was dragon blood.
No, it was a pint of Sylvestro's dragon blood.
Wait, did I have to roll like a Constitution saving throw?
I made you make a Constitution saving throw for it, yes, and you passed with flying colors.
Right, I rolled a nat 20, I think.
You rolled a nat 20, so it was perfectly fine, and you had a +2 to Charisma and immunity to Charm and Frightened effects for an entire hour. Which is why I said, oh, you're feeling a lot more confident and composed right now, you know?
Okay, one of my attacks is gonna be directed to Jaden. Good to know.
I am not trying to promote infighting in the party.
Cadmus, you don't know this.
Teammates I have.
Did Jaden speak to me? What did he put in it?
Does this dungeon come with the Trap DLC pack? I don't know what the Trap DLC pack is. Also, Exalt has a good question. Do you two want to talk about your classes, Cadmus and Hoonery?
Cadmus. Got it.
Yes.
Cadmus, yes, Cadmus first. Go on. If Exalted is asking, we shan't keep him in the dark.
I shall go first.
Hi, I'll go first. Alright, so my class is a homebrew class that I found. It's a Soul Bonder. The subclass is Soul Bond to the Dragonkin. In this case, it is an actual dragon.
This speed, so I'm gonna curse a lot now.
Indeed.
I forgot what subclass I am.
You have Wild Soul.
Ah, damn it! I thought it was something else. I
Oh.
forgot that I wanted something else.
You're a Wild Soul Barbarian.
Does that mean I have to roll on the D6 or the D100 table? Because one of those outcomes is just instant death, I remember.
No, you have to roll on the D300 table, which is the one I use for Wild Magic. Which, yes, one of them is Fireball to the face.
All of them is just instant death almost.
Not instant death. It's just a Fireball to the face. It only happens if you roll a 1 on both of the dice, which is hard to do.
It's hard to do, but you saw my luck last time. I will get a nat 1.
Or nat 20. You kept getting nat 20s too.
My luck is just gonna be either very, very good or very, very bad. I'm unstable.
Yep.
Kind of works for in events that are happening. Not in real life, but in game.
Alright. Either way, who knows? I did want to bring up something with you specifically. I talked about this with Fox earlier, but I think it's something that you haven't even considered.
Go on.
So, Karsoka is a full dragon, yes?
Yes.
Karsoka is building a horde, yes?
Yes.
How are some of the Fizzbane magic items made?
Through Dragon... Oh.
Karsoka can potentially make some of those dragon horde items by having a horde and having them sit in there. Because he is a young dragon, so he can make them at least as much a young dragon could. Depending on the size of his horde, of course.
Dang, okay. Okay.
Yep. Only Karsoka can do that because he's a full dragon. Everyone else in the party is not. Half dragons can't do that, Dragonborn can't do that, but full dragons can. Now, when you guys, much later on, become full dragons at a certain point later in the campaign, then all of you will be able to do that. But, until then, it's only Karsoka that can. But Karsoka can. So you could potentially, make things like the Dragon Eye goggles, or almost anything in the Fizzbane book. Just by having him sit there.
Yes, downtime will actually become much more beneficial and longer, possibly, because, we have, we don't know what to do.
Right.
I do.
Exalted
It's like,
just
we don't
said,
know.
please divulge thy choice in which the hold thee self with doubts is humbled is be illuminating to preview with mine eyes.
Karsoka, why are you speaking like that? Karsoka, what? I'm just quoting Shakespeare. I remember I used to do that when I was little.
Duty.
I do know myself some Old English. Fairly well. Apologies. Yeah, I just wanted to read out that comment that Exalted put because that was really funny. If you've never had the chance to speak like that before, it's actually hard to do, but really fun when you can get it good.
Yes. Okay, I've tried to speak before. I have a character in not a character. There's a character in Final Fantasy XIV who speaks in Old English.
It's annoying.
It's fun, but it's annoying. It's hard to understand what they're even saying. Alright. If you're wondering what the background music is, by the way, it's specifically labeled as non-copyright tavern music.
No, that's like the best type of music, is the non-copyrightable.
Yes. Exactly. Oh, here we go. Okay, so... Hard.
I'm just trying to get into the feel of just doing the roll d20, roll d100.
Yeah. So, if you're wondering and all, what I have to do is I'm going to need to go through the entire What They Don't Tell You About Dragonborns book, add in all the items and all the spells into references you guys can reference. And then after that, I'm going to work on probably the UA spells from the Wikidot page and add those in. And then after that, I'm going to work on tables.
So happy I told you about this.
Specifically on rolling for, like, item tables. Like magic items and stuff. What were we saying, what were we saying, Fox?
I mean, I'm just luck with things.
Ah, you're just rolling on the D300 table. For those who don't know,
Just remembering how to do it again.
Huh?
What are you doing?
Do you not know what that result is?
What is it?
Let me send you a link to the actual page so you can look at it yourself. The Wild Magic Search.
Please do. I'm trying to look at it in the meantime, and it just
And I'll also post it into the stream as well for people who want to check it out. By the way, here you go. Here's the full link. Fox, I says there. Actually, I might as well post it in the VC channel text.
I forgot how much I'm rolling for this at times. Almost all the times it's gonna be spent rolling.
Anytime you rage.
Anytime I rage or do anything like bowstring magic.
Anytime you rage or cast a spell. Those are the only times that you roll. Anytime you rage or cast a spell.
Or use bowstring magic, or use, yeah.
What's bolstering magic?
The thing on Wild Soul.
Okay. Shakespeare, 'tis be a babe in equal to mine skill with the speak of man. May thee be quest teaching into which thou may be made learned. Alright, I'm done for now. Randy in Elden Ring has wanting to speak that way. Oh, so it's Elden Ring that's inspiring you to speak that way. Fair enough. That is a fair point.
Yeah.
Oh god, I just saw the idea you posted in DM chat. I will not tell anyone, but that is a terrifying idea, and I love it.
It opens up a possibility of ideas besides just that one.
Exactly. Also, I should probably also make a Wild Magic Surge table for that you can just roll on Roll20 to get a result instead of doing the manual way. But I'll work on that when I work on tables, which isn't for a while. So, Chemist, do you want to share with us what your results just was?
What did I get? 17, I think?
You got a 14 and a 77. So it's the third column and result 77.
Your clothes become dirty and filthy until you can change and or clean your clothes. Your charisma score is reduced by 1.
So you become perpetually filthy until you can clean yourself, aka until you can use prestidigitation.
Or something happens, isn't it?
Well, prestidigitation cleans clothing, so... Well, one of the things it can do is clean clothing. Or dirty clothing. It can't be as bad as the D100 for 100 D100 tables linked to multiple smaller tables with different outcomes. Wait, what? There's a... Hold on. So... Someone made a wild magic table where you roll a D100, and that D100 determines which D100 table you use?
What?
Sounds like a lot of tables.
That is insane, and I would never want to implement that. The D300 is good enough, thank you. That is just ludicrous. Also, I like how they call the D100 table in normal, but it really only has 50 results, so really it's a D50 table. Which is why I'm like, no. Here's a D300. Have fun. I spent too much time making my tables. Wait, you made that, Exalted? Why did you make that? My biggest question is just, why? After a certain point, it doesn't matter anymore. It just becomes inconvenient. Oh, you didn't do it for Wild Magic. You did it for world events. Oh, okay. So what? You wanted 10,000 different possible world events, basically, because that's how many different results there are in that on those series of tables. Either way, I need to get back to what I'm doing. I'm getting distracted. That's fine. If either of you two want to talk, by the way, feel free to. Otherwise, I don't mind just sitting in silence.
By the way, Bug, what I was talking about is the D123, and then where is it? D20, and then the D29. If I roll a D1 to 3 and a D29, it just kills me.
It just drops you 0 hit points?
Yeah, you immediately drop to 0 hit points.
That isn't necessarily death because of death saving throws, but yeah. You know what death saving throws are, right?
Yes.
I do. Okay.
Yeah, so, granted, that puts you near death and just dropping immediately. That reminds me of a campaign, the one campaign I actually ran with my dad and Llewellyn. He was trying to magically pick a lock in the basement, not in the basement, but like in the floorboards of a shop. He was trying to magically pick a lock with a wand. And I was both a DM and a player, because we only had 3 people. And I mentioned, and when he was doing it, he failed so badly at the lock that the magic backfired and knocked himself prone. It was just silly. He said, what was the result? I said, you fell to the floor and took a d4 of damage. And he just fucking fell prone. It was just hilarious that he tried to magically pick a lock and it just backfired horribly. Granted, we were using 4th edition, not 5th edition, so that's part of why, but it would activate in that moment. So that could be a way to trigger it.
You see, remember who's here?
I know. I'm being vague.
There's a reason I said
I'm being vague.
You are also on stream.
Yes, which is why I'm being vague. I'm more
Okay.
being vague because of the stream than I am because of Hoonery.
And because it's fun.
It's not fun for me to be vague. I like to be hyper specific.
Tricking people is fun.
So, not really for me, because I've had lots of bad experiences with that. There was at one point where people accused me of being a cult leader, so...
What? I'm...
Yeah. That's what I said. I'm like, I don't like tricking people. Not anymore. Applied by a caster with access and to... I forgot how much requirements there is in the Manual of Draconic Golems.
Indeed, there is a lot.
You must be, number one, you must be able to read and understand Draconic. Number two, you must have proficiency in Arcana and have a proficiency bonus of at least +4. Number three, you have to at least know a 6th level spell. And number 4, you have to have expertise in Arcana.
Buck,
Yeah?
I just realized, bolstering magic works as much as my proficiency modifier allows.
Yeah.
Happens even if I'm raging, I could still use that.
It's not
So
it's not a spell, so yeah, you can use it while raging.
So I just realized, almost anything I do will spark that magic table.
Yeah, basically. Other than regular attacks.
Oh god.
Ugh. To the extent of the known... Okay. Alright, I'm reading the stuff because Exalted was saying a bunch of things and I missed it.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. That was my own
Okay.
fault for not paying attention.
I just realized, would breath weapon trigger? Yes, of course it would. It trigger wild magic.
No, it wouldn't.
Breath weapon would it?
It would not.
My goodness.
It attacks do not trigger wild magic. Because I made a literal universe amount of content for my players for. Well, to be fair, I have that amount of content too, because my game session is an open sandbox for people to just go wherever they want to. You have hundreds of planets. Okay, well that's a little different. Mine are at least locked to one planet for now. I'm looking at you, Space Jammers.
We will reach for the stars one day.
Yep. Having hundreds of planet homebrew encounters and events ranging from helpful to destructive. I made a really in-detailed campaign with 3 choices possible everywhere you like. Again, that's pretty much what I have too. I had an artificer roll a D100 to make a bucket of water with infinite capacity, but it weighs the same amount as the water would normally. So, it's the bottomless bucket from Minecraft? Okay. Isn't that just the decanter of endless water? I'm pretty sure that already exists. It's called the decanter of endless water. He has killed dragons by throwing a Dragonbane bucket at it in one attack, not because it did the HP damage, simply because I spent the last 2 minutes rolling how much damage a bucket would do to a dragon with an HP of 4 after a battle. Interesting. Yeah. I'm like, I don't really see the point in making a certain... Also, I just realized there's multiple people here. I need to make the profile pictures big so everyone can see us. Better. I don't really see the point in making a new magic item if one already exists that does the same thing. That's just my opinion, though. What do you two think?
Sorry, I noticed that my microphone just my headphones just decided to mute me.
Ah, okay. He was new and
I'm
didn't
gonna
know
say-
the decanter existed. Well, yeah, but it's your job to tell him that the decanter already exists. You're the DM.
I'm gonna say. By the way, as for the dragon thing, I'm gonna say exactly what I said to Zogray when he's just like, "Can we just kill all dragons?" No, let's not harm anybody that can harm us back harder.
For now.
We shall not be the executors, we shall be the ones of knowledge.
Mm-hmm. As your dad would say. Okay. So that's more of an excuse, Exalted, is the fact that you didn't even know that the decanter already exists. Okay, that explains why you let the player make that, considering the fact that you didn't even know it existed. Ah, you were new at the game. Okay. That makes sense. I only have an encyclopedic knowledge of a lot of the magic items just because of the fact that I've been playing for so long. And I've just read all of them so many times. Yeah, it's okay. This is the reason why I'm writing tables and stuff. Indeed. So at least 6 level spell slots for any character with a +4 and expertise in Autumn. So yeah, in that situation, if I found out later that the decanter exists, I would just retroactively say, oh, you just made this item, and now, you know, that magic item that we made before is no longer homebrew. It's now just this official thing. You know, I did that with, I've done that before in other campaigns, where someone was like, oh, hey, can I bring this character from my previous campaign? Sure, but they had this homebrew item. Is that allowed? And I just look at it and I go, you realize that's nearly identical to this item that already exists, right? And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah. Well, we'll just make it so that, oh, hey, that's just that item that already exists. We'll just say that that was the case. No. I've only played one game since the place I like to go for D&D went under. Oh, sorry to hear. Have you ever tried Roll20, Exalted? It's what
Roll20
I'm
is an
currently
interesting
using.
one.
What was that, Uner?
I said Roll20 is an interesting one.
Yep. Roll20 is quite a useful website, in my opinion. What do you think, Hootery? Do you think I should make the entire... Do you think I should put the entire stat block in the entry for Draconic Golems, or should I just make them as separate creature stat blocks? And just say, oh, hey, go look at the creature stat blocks.
I don't know.
I'm thinking of the creature stat block route, just because that would be easier, in my opinion. And I know I don't have any of the pictures. I'll upload pictures later after the stream's over. Which, for reference, I'll be streaming for another 4 hours.
I mean, I can find pictures for you. I have the book on hand.
Well, the problem is, while yes, the problem is, could you crop them to be exactly the way I'd want them to be?
Give me paint and give me a couple of minutes.
If you want to
What
go
is it,
ahead
Cadmus
and
the
do
Painter?
that, sure. What was that, Hooter?
Cadmus the Painter?
Don't tempt me, Hootie.
I will inherit the land.
Exalted says, I didn't mind at the time since we were just having fun, and I like the idea of the pact that the wizard and archers are sucking up a planet worth of water, so I would use it to calculate how much the bucket would weigh, since a couple million gallons would be heavy.
That's interesting.
What?
I just noticed the bone dragon going, that's a black dragon.
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's just something I immediately noticed.
Yep. Also, as I said before, where lore conflicts between the Dragon Horde book and the Fizbane book, we're going with what the Fizbane book says. Just heads up on that, Coonery and Camus.
That sounds about fair.
Yeah, because
I
Fizbane
usually
is...
still measure up some things.
It's fine. This is why I edited, for example, the Dragon Staff's ability, because one of its abilities is you can use charges on it to do a Dragon Breath. However, for some reason in the Horde book, for some reason in the Staff of Dragonlight, in the What They Don't Tell You About Horde's book, it's just Fire Breath. And I went, no, this is supposed to be Dragon Breath. It could be a variety of dragons. So instead, I just made it be any of the 10 existing Dragon Breaths. In terms of, like, the damage type. Not in terms of the other effects, but just the damage type.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of the stuff in that book doesn't seem to account for Gem Dragons. So I added in some stuff to account for Gem Dragons as well.
Oh, yeah, it reminds me. Yeah. Like, that kind of reminds me of stuff I sent you yesterday.
Yep, he did. Which I have not read through all of that yet.
Ah.
Because I have been busy punching in items and spells.
And him. Did you punch in him?
Well, yeah. But
Alright. I kind of want to go over a couple things that would be public knowledge to many folks.
sure, if you want to just exposition for like an hour or whatever, go ahead. I'll be
It's one
quiet.
of the things
Cool.
he's good at.
I'll go ahead
What?
and mute my mic and just let you do that.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, cool. Welcome to Lessons with Hoonery. Starring Hoonery. Don't mind for Soko over there who wants pie. Subject number 1, the Lion Drake. This one, everything in here, was included in the Fizbane book. A lion drake is a solitary and territorial predator with a long neck and wings of a brass dragon and the head and body of a lion, including a luxurious mane on males. Sometimes known as dragonists, lion drakes rely on their ferocity and their frightful roar to overcome prey and drive off rivals. Lion drakes are voracious hunters that range across well-established territories. They don't typically seek out people as prey, but those folks who encroach into lion drake territory are fair game, which feeds the creature's reputation for as hungering for humanoid flesh. They are a challenge rating 7, large monstrosity, typically neutral. They can speak Draconic, and their unique ability is Blood-Chilling Roar. Moving on,
Very interesting.
yes. Very interesting. I'm skipping over a bunch of stuff because, you know, they are interesting topics. I'll ask for permission to speak about them later. Another interesting one that is most likely public knowledge is a Dragonel. Some dragons consider it an honor to be a worthy rider into battle. Others find it demeaning and view Dragonel's willingness to serve as mount as a sign of their debasement. Fizbing. Dragonels are distantly related to chromatic, gem, and metallic dragons and resemble them in basic form. Intelligent enough to understand speech but incapable of speaking themselves. They are willful creatures motivated by the desire for food and entertainment. In the wild, they are picky eaters with mercurial moods, inclined to toying with their prey and before going in for the kill. In some regions, Dragonels are raised from eggs to be used as aerial mounts. These domesticated Dragonels are loyal to the point of being overly protective of their riders. However, efforts to break wild Dragonels to the saddle are perilous, as these creatures often feign compliance before throwing their would-be riders from great heights. A Dragonel is an agile mount and naturally inclined to flyby tactics, swooping in to make attacks with its beak and claws before flying out of reach. And Dragonel steeds. With the DM's permission, a paladin can summon a spirit in the form of a Dragonel using the Find Greater Steed spell, which appears in Xanthar's Guide to Everything.
Good to know.
They are a large dragon, typically
For letting me
neutral.
know.
They understand Draconic and Comic, but can't speak. They do have the flyby ability.
Quite a strong ability.
Indeed. They have a fly speed of 60 feet, and yeah, it's an interesting one. Something that was probably maybe noted. Well, probably the wild versions of these in the Dragon Continent.
Yeah, wild versions do exist on the Dragon Continent.
An interesting one that is probably most notable for those living on the Dragon Continent are the Dragon Followers. Dragons boast many minions, students, employees, acolytes, and thralls. Dragon followers are those servitors whose devotion to a dragon approaches a fanatical reverence and those who receive magical power from the dragon in return. Dragon followers might serve and revere any kind of dragon, and behavior and beliefs reflect the ethos of the dragon they follow. Many dragon followers have personal stories of benevolent dragons sharing great knowledge, protecting their towns, or sparing their lives in some foolhardy adventure. Other followers seek to uncover the mysteries of draconic nature and live a life worthy of their dragon's reward. They dream of a world where dragons can live among them as their rulers. Then we get into 3 types of dragon followers. Dragon Blessed. Dragon Blessed are acolytes of dragons whom they revere as gods. They wield magic to heal and support those who have earned their dragon master's favor, and scourge those who incur the dragon's wrath. Dragon Blessed view their lives and magical abilities as gifts bestowed by their dragon, and they give life energy to save those they deem important to their master's work. Dragon Chosen. Dragon Chosen are mighty warriors who offer their bodies as vessel for a dragon's might. They serve as enforcers of their master's will. They often accompany dragon speakers and are quick to defend them if they sense any ill intent. Dragon Children are skilled in close combat, using 2 weapons to tear at their foes. Dragon Speaker. Dragon Speakers are charismatic and persuasive orators who serve as dragons' ambassadors, among other folks. Dragon Speakers have loud and authoritative voices, which they use to gain valuable resources, diplomatic connections, and donations of treasure and magic for their dragons, as well as to weave both magic and subtle, and thundering. They use their commanding presence to instill awe and fear into the hearts of friend and foe alike. That is it on them.
Didn't you mention something about Moonstone Dragons?
Oh, yes. I was going to get to that shortly.
Okay.
Uh,
And Cadmus,
you know,
this does directly relate to your character in a way, too.
Alright, no, screw it. I'm going over that one. Alright, cool. So, a Moonstone
Sorry.
Dragon.
Sorry about that if I pressured you into going on that one.
No.
You
I
just
don't-
confused me.
So, actually, let me go get my book for this since I only did a cropped picture. One moment.
If you went on Roll20, you could also find it in the compendium there, too.
I'm not getting on my computer at this moment.
Okay, fair enough. Though, isn't Roll20 accessible on a mobile device, too?
Not for notes, only for character sheets.
Oh, okay.
Moonstone Dragons. Ancient legends suggest that when the gods came to the first world and tried to populate it with their humanoid followers, a clever dragon fled to the Feywild to hide a clutch of eggs. The magic of the fairy realm suffused the eggs, which hatched into the first Moonstone Dragons. Their descendants are now found throughout the Feywild. Moonstone Dragons are graceful and elegant creatures, with opalescent scales and ruffs of emerald green fur running down their chins, chests, back, and tails. One horn arcs from the back of a Moonstone Dragon skull, and another tip of the nose. The 2 horns together form a shape that is reminiscent of a slender crescent moon. Moonstone Dragons are playful and impetuous forces of mischief in their early years, but the best of them mature into wise teachers and storytellers who anchor Feywild's communities. The worst of them are pompous and ill-behaved, but even those remain gentle by nature and curious about all things, especially travelers from faraway places. Moonstone Dragons can project themselves into the realm of dreams to communicate with the creatures that sleep near their lairs. In this way, they inspire artists, poets, and encourage great thinkers, and spur adventurers into heroic deeds. They sometimes give guidance to those in need or request help from adventurers to encourage them to greatness. As a rule, Moonstone Dragons are not particularly interested in gold or copper, but they love silver, platinum, and mithril. They also cherish treasures whose value can't be easily quantified. A song sung from the heart, a lock of a loved one's hair, a painting of a favorite place, a story of happy times fondly remembered, is more precious to a moonstone than a sack of gold. And that's the end of that little lesson.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about something.
Yeah,
No.
I brought up that it might relate to Cadmus, considering the fact that he was planning on becoming a druid and is still planning on becoming a druid. So,
I was about to say, do not say anything regarding other things.
I know I'm not. I'm just saying, since it's Feywild related, I thought I would mention it specifically.
Yeah.
Plus, this means that Jaden would probably also have knowledge on it too, thanks to Sylvestra.
Actually, I'm wondering one thing.
Wonder away. Alright, for the next lesson, that is an interesting one that the DM should definitely probably know about.
Indeed.
Our Dragonborn champions.
Also, Hunari, before you continue, Exalted says, and I quote, "I love this bedtime story voice he has going on."
Why, thank you.
Cheer the compliment. Okay, continue.
it's like, why, thank you.
Another
What?
stripe, but it's nice for a performance.
It's nice for a performance. Dragonborn
teasing.
champion. The connection between Dragonborn and their Draconic ancestors manifests in a variety of ways. Some Dragonborn identify with a particular kind of dragon and attempt to emulate such dragon's attitude and behavior. Others consider their Draconic heritage, chromatic, metallic, or gem, something like a large extended family. But for Dragonborn champions, this bond is spiritual as much as biological, and they devote themselves to the divine ancestor. Dragonborn champions advance the cause of their dragon god and among draconic creatures and other folk alike. Dragonborn of Bahamut. Often called Platinum Knights, Dragonborn champions of Bahamut might belong to an order that exists to protect the world from evil, and especially from evil dragons. A champion of Bahamut has a distinct pair of platinum wings and a breath weapon suffused with radiant energy. Dragonborn of Sardier. Sardier
that gives
is
me
said
an
to have
idea. Sorry, that just gave me a really good idea for something related to the world. Okay, continue.
Sardier is said to have died in the destruction of the First World, but many believe that Sardier's divine essence survives within every gem dragon. This philosophy is central to the teaching of Sardier's Dragonborn champions, who wield psionic powers in the service of their mysterious cause. Many of these champions are associated with the inheritors of the First World. See Chapter 3. Sardier's champions use telekinetic power to move their foes and even carry themselves through the air. Their breath weapon, a blast of heat, is believed to be a an echo of long-lost Sardier's breath. Now, Cadmus, you were saying?
No, I was just correcting you. It's telekinetic.
Ah. Oh yeah, that reminds me of, the gemstone great worms, how they can just use psychic powers to pick up a large crowd of people and just carry them off. And then
Right.
lastly but not least, we have Dragonborn of Tiamat. Champions of the Dragon Queen are often called Talons of Tiamat. They work tirelessly to free their master from her imprisonment in Avernus. And Tiamat
Avernus.
grants.
Avernus.
Thank you. I don't know how to pronounce these words. Avernus.
It's okay.
And Tiamat grants these pawns immense strength and a devastating breath weapon. Champions of Tiamat are sometimes associated with the cult of the dragon, described in Chapter 3. Yeah, these Dragonborn champions are important, as I can see important. Wait.
Leads you to wonder, and also I see the fox left. Leads you, well, this might actually be slightly spoiler, so I'm not sure if I'll mention this out loud. I'll DM it
Fair
to you,
enough.
Vinery.
It's magical. True bard. Am I a true bard?
Exalted seems to think so.
Oh, don't get me in a songs. Don't get me in a singing mood. I will sing you the elegy of the first.
Go ahead if you wish to.
Feel free. It may be free. Be lots of fun.
Something
They,
that
they
everyone
said you
should...
are a wordsmith for sure.
Well then, makes me want to promote myself in my Twitch that I stream every other day. Except I'm not streaming today because I have work later today. I'll be part of the session tomorrow and then my DMing my own campaign later that day. Anyways,
Indeed. We both are going to be part of that session.
No, well,
Elegy for the First World. Breathe, dragons, sing of the first world. Forged out of chaos and painted with beauty. Sing of Bahamut the Platinum. Molding the shape of the mountains and rivers. Sing too of chromatic Tiamat. Painting all over the infinite canvas. Partnered they woke in the darkness. Partnered they labored in acts of creation. Breathe, dragons, sing then of Sardior. Ruby red jewel they made in their likeness. Sardior, firstborn of dragonkind, labored alongside Bahamut and Tiamat. Shaping the dragons they crafted, dragons metallic and dragons chromatic. Breathe, dragons, draw in the life gift. Breathe into you at the dawn of creation. Breathe, dragons, sing of the outsiders, warbringer gods and their mortal adherents. Teeming they came to the first world, seeking a home for their legions of followers. Mighty in magic and numbers, conquering deities seized their victory. Fallen was noble Bahamut, Sardior hid in the heart of creation. Breathe, dragons, now sing of Tiamat, raging in battle with no hope of victory. She would not flee or surrender, fighting as death reached its cold claws toward her. Warbringer seized her and bound her, snatched her from death, entombed her in torment, sealed in the darkness forever, captive to gods laying claim to creation. Breathe, dragons, sing of the conquest, seeding the world with their legions of followers, each to their own habitation. Elves in their forests and dwarves in their mountains, orcs in their caverns and canyons. Goblins in badlands and halfling in green fields, lizard folk lurking in marshes. Humans throughout every part of creation. Breathe, dragons, sing of Bahamut, maker of peace with the outsider deities, welcome to the mountains celestial. Worshipped by some as the Platinum Paladin, sing of his journeys of seeking, striving to understand gods and their children, longing for Tiamat's freedom, grieving her loss from the face of creation. Breathe, dragons, sing of her freedom, Tiamat loosed from her prison of torment, tell how she rallied her children, dragons chromatic, a spectrum of mayhem, sing of her fury, her vengeance, lightning and venom, ice, fire and corrosion. Five-headed, monstrous, and mighty, rampaging on a campaign of destruction. Breathe, dragons, sing of the first world, scattered in infinite sealing realities. Sing of Bahamut and Tiamat, watching its sundering, mourning their labor. Sing too of Sardior, sundered. Consciousness scattered in minuscule fragments. Breathe, dragons, you are inheritors. ruling the wreck of the First World's destruction.
Very good job.
Yeah, there you go.
I am currently trying to find a link to your thing because they want me to link you to it.
Ah, yes.
I'm pulling up a
Just
link.
simply. Yes, just go to.
Reminder,
my...
tomorrow I'm gonna be on stream.
Indeed, all three of us will be, and many more.
There you go, Exalted. There is.
Just go to my Twitch channel and just copy the URL.
Yep.
You just wonder what happened.
Yep. There you go, Exalted. There is a link. Also, if I may say, I feel that almost all streamers are at least partly a bard, given the fact that you need a bard's sort of inspiration to even want to stream, in my opinion. That's just my own opinion, though. What do you think about that, Kunri? After all, what is a Twitch live stream but a performance?
There's a performer without a performance. One can all be bards if they try, isn't it?
Well,
Some performers have a large audience, some have none. Others have 30, that then get rated by someone who have thousands. I'm looking at you, Moxie2D.
yeah.
Kindness is invaluable and impeccable.
And then some only consistently have like 2 or 3. But that's okay. And then get rated by someone who has 30.
There it is.
Which has happened to me multiple times. Which I'm thankful for. Also, yeah, I dumped a little bit of lore for you, Blue, in your DMs.
Interesting indeed.
Very. Leaves you to wonder why it's that way.
Why does it have to be this way?
Yep. And maybe it'll maybe it leads credence to your one theory. Who knows?
Me thinking, which theory? I have many theories. Game theories, movie theories, book theories, story theories.
The ones related to the current campaign?
I have a couple. Well, that depends who's willing to listen.
Do I need to spell it out? Because we're on stream, so I prefer not to have to.
Trust me, I won't spell it out anything.
I'm not talking about yours, Katniss, but thank you.
I'm gonna blame it on my headache right now. I need to go drink water. Everyone should be drinking water.
Yes, let's go take a break to hydrate. Let's all grab a drink, grab a snack, and we'll return in a moment. That's a good excuse. Where is my grabbing water thing? There it is. Why are you so big? Become smaller. I would say indeed Twitch is barred, but for some people like me can expand upon hours of excited tales, yet I do not. It's on roll 20, right? I'll think about it. Yeah. Go ahead and hop in if you want to. I don't care how many players there are. I currently have 2 separate campaigns running in this world.
Why is it ringing?
That moment when you realize you've had a full glass of water sitting next to you the entire time and you just forgot. It was
I
on
can
the other
water
side of my
bend-
computer, so I couldn't see it. Either way, going to get myself more water. Okay.
move those off your back.
Yeah, sure.
Morning sun's gone.
Yep.
They'll still get some light back there.
Yeah.
I only feel free to come in and help you because I don't want you to feel like you have to do it.
Yeah, I agree.
That's all that's all about. I'm not trying to.
Yeah, and also it's a casual stream, so I don't really care in this case.
Hey, everybody.
Hello, that was my dad. Alright, see ya.
Hello.
Love you too. I'm back. That was my dad helping me hide the Mother's Day gift that we have for Llewellyn on Sunday. Alright. Friendly reminder, Hoonery, you're muted, and Cadmus, you're probably also muted. Alright, let's see what I missed. Would say indeed Twitch is barred, but like some people like me can expand upon hours I'm excited. Tells yet I do not. It's on Roll20, why? I'll think about it. A wild pack has appeared. Hello. Hi. Are you a shiny pack? Absolutely beaming. Excellent. Perhaps. Love your vibe all. I love your vibe all already. Cool. We like to chill in here. I do chill. I plan on streaming my chill later, even sorry for plugging a little. It's fine. I don't mind if you plug. That's perfectly fine. Alright, I got some people messaging me on Discord. Let me go solve that when I get back. And then after that, we'll continue. Okay. That's a cute Ryu emote. Not Rio. That's a completely different character. That's knockoff Ryu from King of Fighters, I believe it is. Bugbo was D&D on the 7th or the 14th? For you guys, it's on the 14th. For my primary group, it's on the 7th.
Come to us to see some magical things happen.
Yeah, Exalted is right. Technically, the answer is yes. It is on both the 7th and the 14th, but for your group specifically, it's on the 14th. You were saying, Cavis?
It's not important anymore.
I'm sorry, did I ruin a joke
No.
or something?
No, you answered everything I said. It's just like, all I said was, come see tomorrow to see something magical happen after all.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you do understood. Did you? Brain, speak. I was about to say you did understood it right. I'm like, really? You did understand it correct. Is what I meant to say. You understood good. You can word good. I cannot English right now, evidently. Oh my god, no, simply because I know it's good. I'm trying to cap card. I'm so excited. I don't know what you two are talking about. That's okay though. Alright, continuing what I was doing, which is working on the Book of Draconic Golems. Downside is I'll probably need a new headset too for audio stuff. Okay.
Why do I keep on forgetting I'm in a stream?
Because you're in a stream. I don't know.
Because it's just so casual. I'm just like, it's a thing.
Right. No, this is a casual life stream. Don't choke now. You're okay.
Apologies.
Quite alright.
I'm just reading Fizbane book myself right now.
Yeah. I am writing the thing for Draconic Golems.
Viewing
And I'm
full
also
screen.
reading.
Yes.
I'm also reading Twitch chat, and Henry is still muted.
I think he had to do something.
Okay. There's no
It
further
is
thing.
8 o'clock. He's getting breakfast or something. No.
Okay. Well, as I said, Exalted, if you want to just do text, I'm fine with just you typing in chat as well. If you want to either run with my primary group or with my secondary group. My secondary group currently only has 4 members, whereas my primary group has like 8.
Probably about to get more.
I'm fine with any number of players. Outside what the number of players can is, not the number of people in the party.
Says I don't know that.
Regardless. Again, we're trying to keep it spoiler free.
Oh, I know that. Ah! Murder you. Stop zooming in!
I've been working on my own overlay themes. To me, I'll probably go with a 4-man group. I'm not good in large groups. Okay. That's perfectly fine.
It's best to find your own niche.
Yep. I know a lot of DMs cannot handle large groups, especially balancing encounters against large groups. My main answer to that is stop balancing your encounters.
Have fun with it.
As paradoxical as it sounds, one of the best things you can learn in D&D is stop trying to balance your encounters. Number one, it will never work out properly the way you think it will. Because the players will always come up with ideas to either make it far easier, or the players will be very dumb and get killed. Or something else. Something in between. Number two, the other reason why you shouldn't balance your encounters is because it's a whole bunch of headache for yourself that you probably don't need to do. Because number three, your players will probably figure out a way to either do the encounter or get away from it. Have confidence in your own player's ability to actually figure out a tough situation. Don't be afraid to kill the player characters if they're being dumb. That's my philosophy on it, and the reason why I don't bother to balance my encounters, because I trust that you guys will figure it out in some capacity or another. I don't spoon feed anything to my player characters. I don't deal with large groups because I'm still getting used to DMing. Ah, fair.
Yeah, there is Gem Dragonborn.
Yes, there is.
I'm sorry, don't mind me. I was just thinking out loud.
You already knew that because you looked at the Dragonborn entry back in Wikidot, remember?
I was just like, yeah, there should be, and then like, oh, there is. Why the hell did I forget?
I have no idea.
Well, won't you
because you're
stop
looking at
forgetting
half
about
dragons, you
Sutier's
see-
children?
What was that, Hooner?
Don't
They
talk
were
over the
always-
DM, Hoodie.
No, it's fine. Hooner is also a DM in this, remember?
So am I, though.
I know.
And I was saying, like, don't forget about Sutier's children.
Yes.
I
Which
forgot
reminds
that
me,
they could be Dragonborn, okay?
Which reminds me, we probably need to come up with rules at some point for half-dragon gem dragons.
I'll help you out with that. Don't worry.
Speaking of, Hoonery, are gem dragons able to have kids?
Oh,
Yes, I believe so.
What? I thought it was just by a way of asexual reproduction.
Hang on. And I think I have a way to go about the half-dragon gem dragons. I know of a way because I know of a character whose body was part crystal.
Well, it would also be having to be fit into the half-dragon stuff that we already have in lore for the campaign.
It seems like it's more asexual that they do it.
Cadmus, Hoonery has read the book front to back. But I get
Where? Where?
Apologies if that was sounded rude. I did not mean it to. Okay. May I request a encounter? The best way to figure this out in the website for... hold on. The best way to figure this out is a website for adult content. That's not what I mean, Exalted, and you know this. Also, why did Fox leave? Ah, okay.
Anyways, yeah, that's probably something about because he wasn't being as helpful.
He left
This
because
was
his
something that-
computer messed up.
It's fine. Okay, where was it? I know I've read the book. I know there was something about it. Reproduction 38. 38, why am I here? 38, 33. Oh, it's 42, which means 38 is this way. 27. 31, 33, 39. Uh-huh. Yes. There we go. There's a picture that says, "Mine is discover in Amethyst Dragon Egg."
Cool.
Alright then, so... This makes me wonder. Is there gem dragon blood? I thought it'd be pure energy.
I believe, wouldn't that lead evidence to there being gem dragon blood if they can also reproduce biologically?
Because it's their scales that are gem-like, if I'm correct, right? And their
Yeah.
scales and skin, their insides are still flesh, right?
Well, the Fizbane book would tell you.
The Fizbane would probably. I need to go look up stuff about gem dragons. I might have been wrong and stuff. Gem dragons. There's gem great worm. Gem dragons, page 11. Let's see. I'm looking at them. I don't get to see deep into their inside. Protecting heritage. Scaled skin. Wait. The colors of mysterious powers of gem dragons, amethyst crystal, emerald sand, sapphire, and topaz gleam in these dragonborn scaled skin and course through their veins.
So yes, they have blood.
Interesting. So I was wrong.
Which means we need to come up with effects for Gem Dragon Blood when ingested.
You're right. Wasn't there a part? Wait, where did you get the parts where what happens when you ingest dragon blood?
That is from the What They Don't Tell You About Dragonborns book.
Oh, and that has nothing about gem dragons.
Exactly, which is why we need to come up with stuff about Gem Dragons for that, because it has nothing related to it in there.
It's all about gem dragons are typically about the mind. Amethyst goes to force, crystal goes to radiant, emerald goes to psychic, sapphire goes to thunder, and topaz goes to necrotic. So...
Right, but that doesn't tell us anything, because it's not... The drinking in dragon blood does not give you a bonus to damage.
It could be resistance.
What it is, I'm going to put a screenshot in the VC chat. And this is what the current listed effects are. Go ahead and check that to read it. Also, what time are the sessions? The sessions are on Saturdays. Specifically, they're every other Saturday. And they always start at either 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. my time, and my time is Eastern Standard Time. So, EST. You can convert that to whatever your local time zone is. Basically, the time that I'm streaming right now is also the time it would be. Because I also stream my campaigns.
Alright, so finding their passive effects are easy. We just need to understand the ability scores.
Yes. Also, sorry to hear that you're at work during that time, so you cannot join Exalted. On Saturdays, you're at work? Sorry to hear. Yeah, the reason why we do it on Saturdays is because most people don't work on Saturdays in the group of friends I currently have. Ah, okay. Part-time. Got it. Anyway, you were saying, Hoonery.
Water. I need to go look. That box. Let me switch over to the laptop.
By the way,
Alright.
I will say that it actually mentions in the Dragon Blood thing directly that some Dragon Bloods are stronger than others, and it depends on the strength of the individual dragon. In terms of gold dragons are a lot more... gold dragon blood is a lot more powerful than brass dragon blood, for example.
Noted.
Based off the lore.
Amethyst.
And if I remember correctly, Hoonery, isn't gem dragons some of the most powerful dragons? Or am I wrong about that?
They're strong with the mind.
Right, but I thought they also had, like, really high CR, didn't they? Actually, let me check. I can check that. What's the CR of, like, compared to, like, an adult red dragon, for example?
I have no clue, because I don't have that on me. Also, I'm about to switch over to my laptop, so patience with me.
Okay, adult amethyst dragon compared to adult blue dragon. Or actually, no, adult red dragon, because adult red dragon's usually the benchmark I go with. Adult red dragon is CR... what exactly? It's CR 17. Meanwhile, an amethyst dragon is CR 16. Okay, so there are some weaker ones.
Okay, amethyst are 16. Look up.
Which one
Crystal?
do you want to know?
I want to know all of them in the end. Crystal will be the next one I want to know of.
Crystal is only CR 12, surprisingly.
Okay, that's an adult, you say?
Yeah, adult crystal dragons are CR 12.
Okay, emerald.
Emerald crystal dragons are CR 14.
CR 14. Okay, so far amethysts are the most powerful.
And all of them
sapphire.
all of them so far are weaker than red dragons.
Yeah, alright. What about sapphire? These ones, I remember, are more military-like upon reading about them.
Okay. I'll also pull up you also skipped Moonstone.
That's because I was not. The Moonstone is actually not part of the Gem Dragon stuff.
Interesting. Well, for reference, and Moonstone Blood would be a thing we'd have to come up with. But for reference,
True.
Moonstone is CR 15.
Alright.
Now Sapphire. Sapphire is CR 15.
Okay, and what about Topaz?
Topaz. CR 13.
Okay, so
So-
all of them are weaker than a red dragon.
Evidently, according to CR, all of them are weaker than red dragons. I did not know this. I thought they were stronger. I know in older editions they used to be stronger, but I guess they toned them down to now be more balanced with the other kinds of dragons. For reference, by the way, a gold dragon, which I believe is the strongest kind of dragon, canonically speaking, is... Yeah, it is. An adult gold dragon in terms of CR. Is CR 17.
CR 17, gold and red are the same. Interesting.
Very interesting. But then again, gold and red are like the strongest variants of dragons. Canonically speaking.
Wait, isn't adult CR 19 for silver?
I do not believe so, but silver is, I believe, yeah, silver is the third strongest of all the dragons.
They are
Adult silver is CR 16.
16. Okay.
Yeah, they seem to cap out at like CR 17, CR 16. Run that. For adult ones, anyway. Because I'm in school 7 to 4 Monday through Friday. I'm in school right now. In fact, I use my time at the school studying, working on my work week, graduating week. But because I get paid minimum wage and can't work weekdays, I don't have a car right to work on weekdays. Okay, good to know. Also, wow, my wife is sending me a bunch of messages, so I need to go reply to that.
Alright, there's a video I need to be uploading.
Oh, what video is that?
If I remember correctly, it was my campaign, my session from Saturday. It never got uploaded.
Go do that.
Yeah, I'm going to go do that.
Do you schedule your stuff ahead of time?
Yeah, I set it up, then I set it for like a schedule. Yes, I do. This one will be just released right away because it's been late. Then again, I've been in Vegas.
Right. Viva Las Vegas.
Alright, so session 22 of that one did go out. Noted. Good. Cool.
For reference,
I need to
by the
highlight.
way, what is a deep dragon? A deep dragon.
Oh,
is
deep.
CR 11.
Ooh. Ooh, deep dragon. Do you want to know about deep dragons? Deep dragons are interesting.
I mean, I already know quite a bit, but if you want to tell other people about them, sure.
Never mind. Yeah, like I was more specifically wanting to tell you because.
Yep. For references, by the way, a Draco Lich is specifically an adult blue Draco Lich is CR17.
Huh. How much is a blue dragon normally?
A blue dragon normally, let me pull this up, which is the lightning dragon if you do not know, is normally CR16. So it raised the CR by 1. What's a shadow dragon offhand? What's the CR of a shadow dragon?
Yeah, I think it depends on the type of dragon.
I know, but a default shadow dragon does. There is like a default template that you can slap on there. Anyway, shadow dragon template. Only 2 dragons can transform into a shadow dragon. But when the shadow fell, Draco Lich can be turned into shadow dragons. Dead. Interesting. Did you know that one, Blue?
Nope.
When a dragon becomes undead and turns into a Draco Lich, it loses its draconic aspect.
Oh.
Yeah, it's now purely an undead creature and no longer is a dragon, according to the universe.
Which makes me want to speak to you about hollow dragons, because hollow dragons are.
That I do not know of. I do not know what a
Alright.
hollow dragon is.
So, hollow dragons are. Well, publishing this highlight. Excellent, 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 excellent. Good. Saving that changes, if now uploaded. Hollow dragons are like Draco Liches in a sense that they are similar, but imagine it for the complete opposite reason.
Oh.
Where is it? Draco Shop. Nope, there's the Goose, there's the Abominations, Draconels. Oh yes, Egg Hunters. Those are scary. Especially the egg. We don't speak about that Eldritch Boar thing. Stalkers, Ghosts. Hollow Dragon. Here we go. Unlike dragons who explore the magic undeath for power, some metallic dragons see undeath as a means to pursue a noble purpose. For the sake of protecting the artifact or fulfilling an oath, a dragon might transform into a hollow dragon, accepting undeath until that purpose is fulfilled. As the name suggests, a hollow dragon is the husk of a metallic dragon's hide, a creature filled with radiant energy. Depending on the dragon's original kind, that energy might take the appearance of flames, lightning, or misty vapors. Hollow dragons don't suffer distractions from their undying purpose. So powerful is their drives that their bodies reconstitute if destroyed. When they fulfill their purpose, most hollow dragons embrace death as they have staved off for so long, but others seek new tasks to sustain themselves, or cling to undeath out of sheer stubbornness or habit. They are also undead, no dragon left. Did you catch all of that?
Apologies, I missed what you said, Henry, because my screen turned off. I heard a little bit of metallic dragons who pursue Draco Lich for a noble purpose.
That about sums it up.
Okay. Also, thank you for the compliment, Exalted. Yeah. Exalted just said, this is an awesome playthrough of Roll20's DM screen. You're so close to 100% this game. Yeah, I prepare for my games quite a bit.
Yeah.
Oh!
Hollow Dragons yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, Hollow Dragons are, they're noble undead creatures.
Yeah, Which makes sense because, believe it or not, there's actual a lich counterpart to that, as in like noble liches.
Oh, those would be the best. Oh, imagine, like, an ally. Oh, don't get me started on some ideas. Oh, I can't speak about them on stream. They are DM ideas.
Oh, I did want to tell you though. I did want to tell you something related to dragons. So, if you look at my screen currently, I have the stat sheet for a young red dragon and a young red shadow dragon pulled up. Because the one
what?
example shadow dragon they give is a young red shadow dragon.
Okay.
So a young red dragon is normally CR 10. A young red shadow dragon is CR 13. So that gives you an idea. Turning something into a Draco Lich only boosts its CR by 1. Turning it into a Shadow version boosts its CR by 3. To give you an idea of how strong Shadow Dragons are compared to other dragons. Do you know about Shadow Dragons and what their lore is, Hunry?
Dragons who have gone to the Shadow realm through various reasons.
Not just that. They are dragons who are either born in the Shadowfell or have spent several years in the Shadowfell.
Okay, that's just going further with what I said. I said a short summary. You went in depth.
Yep.
But yes.
Some Shadow Dragons mind if I just read the entry on Shadow Dragons, because I really want to do this.
Do it.
Since we're on the subject of dragons anyway. Shadow Dragons are true dragons that were either born in the Shadowfell or transformed by years spent within its dismal confines. Some Shadow Dragons embrace the Shadowfell for its bleak landscapes and desolation. Others seek to return to the material plane, hungry to spread the darkness and evil of the plane of shadow, while some, too, seek to escape it. Dark portals. Portals to the Shadowfell manifest in forlorn places and the deep gloom of subterranean caverns. The dragons that lair in such places often discover these portals and find themselves transported to a new realm. Ancient dragons that sleep in their lairs for months or years at a time might find themselves spirited away, never knowing that a portal has formed without their knowledge as they dream. My prayer involves praying I have time to play. Recast in Shadow. The transformation to a Shadow Dragon happens over a period of years, during which time a dragon's scales lose their luster and fade to a charcoal hue. Its leathery wings become translucent, its eyes paling to pools of opalescent gray. Shadow dragons find sunlight abhorrent, and they are weaker in bright light than they are in darkness. Darkness makes dragons fade to a spectral shadow of its former self. The magical nature of dragons holds an attraction for the Shadowfell, which seems somehow to crave the might and majesty of these great reptiles. The Shadowfell also has a dispiriting effect on its denizens, such that the longer a creature remains on the plane, the more it accepts the plane's malaise. As months and years pass for a dragon on the Shadowfell, it becomes aware of the transformation being wrought upon it, and yet can do nothing to prevent it, as it no longer wants to. Back in the world, a Shadow Dragon is so suffused with the power of the Shadowfell that even a return to the material plane can't undo its transformation. Some Shadow Dragons attempt to lure other creatures in the mortal realm back to the Shadowfell to keep them company, at least until they tire of their guests and devour them. Others are happy to leave the Shadowfell behind forever, understanding that treasure and power are easier to come by in the material plane. And then it goes in the Shadow Dragon template, which is the mechanical stuff. So yeah, that's Shadow Dragons. What do you think about that?
Embrace the shadows, it says.
And there's actually a spell, a 6th level spell that dragons can do that allow them to temporarily embrace the Shadowfell for a minute to gain its benefits, but then shake it off afterwards.
Oh, now that sounds interesting.
Yes, that is detailed in the What They Don't Tell You About Dragonborns book. It's a spell called, I believe, Embrace the Shadows is what I believe it's called. Let me check. Pull up my tablet, because that's where I currently have the tome pulled up. Load faster. Ascendancy, Invincible Dragon Armor, Draconic Subclasses, etc., etc. Draconic spells, here we go. Embrace Shadows, 5th level illusion spell. Casting time, 1 action, range, self, components, verbal. Duration, concentration, up to 1 minute. Your body quickly transforms into a semi-physical form made of shadow material, which is the material of the Shadowfell, for as long as the spell lasts. While transformed in this way, you retain all of your normal abilities, features, and stats, and breath weapon. For as long as this form lasts, it grants you several effects. Number 1. While in dim light or darkness, you have resistance to damage that isn't force, psychic, or radiant. Number 2. While in dim light or darkness, you can take the hide action as a bonus action, and you become proficient in stealth. If you're already proficient, then you gain expertise in stealth. Number 3. While in dim light or darkness, you have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. Number 4. While in sunlight, you have disadvantage on attack rolls. Number 5. You take 10 radiant damage when you start your turn in sunlight. And number 6, you are vulnerable to radiant damage. Those are the effects of the Embrace Shadow spell.
Yeah, I'm actually, wow, yeah.
Yep. Since we're on the subject of spells, can I talk about one of the most trolly dragon spells there is?
Holy dragon spells, okay.
You ever want to just troll people while also being a dragon?
Go on.
There's a spell called Sovereign Horde. What do you know about Sovereign Glue?
Isn't it like a really sticky glue?
Sovereign Glue... let me pull up the entry on Sovereign Glue. Anyway, it's a legendary item. I have already told Canvas quite a bit about this, because it's something he could potentially make in the future through his potion making. Anyway, this viscous milky white substance can form a permanent adhesive bond between any two objects. It must be stored in a jar or flask that has been coated inside with oil of slipperiness. When found, a container contains 1d6 plus 1 ounces. 1 ounce of the glue can cover a 1 foot square surface. The glue takes 1 minute to set. Once it has done so, the bond it creates can only be broken by the application of the universal solvent, the oil of etherealness, or a wish spell.
Interesting.
Now imagine if dragons had the capability to do this to their entire horde. We get Sovereign Horde. Casting time, it's an 8th level abjuration spell, so it's a high level spell. Casting time, 1 action. Range, self. Components, verbal. Duration, 8 hours. The spell transforms the next breath weapon you use within the next minute into a beam of magical energy, which covers everything within its range. everything covered by the magical energy becomes bonded, as if glued, to anything it is touching at the time of the breath. Visually, nothing changes, as the objects look just the way they were, but it is virtually impossible to move a single object from their position. For all intents and purposes, everything the breath touches becomes a single mass. Creatures and objects being held by creatures are not affected by this spell. Nothing short of a wish spell can break the effect. The universal solvent can break the bond, but only on a specific location where the solvent is used. Anything added to the mass after the spell is used is not protected by the spell. So basically, they can spray their entire horde with. They can use a spell, then use their breath to spray their entire horde, and now suddenly their entire horde is just permanently stuck together for 8 hours. You cannot remove even a single gem or gold coin from their pile. Yeah. Imagine how trolly that is if the dragon comes in and says, like, you can take anything you want from my horde if you can physically remove it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, Zelda's followed me. Fight some Moonstone. There we go. Ah, no, undo.
And for those wondering, well, what if you just have access to the Wish spell? Keep in mind, the Wish spell says that if you use it for any purpose other than replicating an 8th level or lower spell, you suffer a lot of detrimental effects, and also have a 33% chance to never be able to cast Wish again.
Ooh.
So, you might be able to use that to then get the entire Dragon's Horde, but you might also lose access to Wish forever as a result.
Yeah, that can be bad.
Yeah! So, really, this is a great protection. Also, I want to point out, the Witch spell can be used to replicate the Sovereign Horde spell. Though, to be fair, if you don't have a Dragon Breath weapon, it's useless because it only affects a Breath weapon. Either way, I wanted to mention that one because we're on the subject of hordes anyway. Is there any other dragon spells you want to know of while we're here? Anyway.
I'm good.
Okay. Also, I did notice that Fox is back.
Oh, right, I need to go look up. I need to go and I need to start thinking about other islands for my campaign tomorrow.
Alright. If you want to go, you can go. No one's keeping you.
No. I'm staying here because I want to. Skyrim, that's encounter planning. These don't must be good.
Who is Birdbrain? I don't know who Birdbrain is.
I feel like that's me. See notes. Where did it go?
I saw the turtle that you posted in Twitch.
That's a scrottle to you.
It is. Alright, now back to what I was doing, which is typing in about the Book of Draconic Golems.
Oh, no. Where? Interesting. Right, there we go. I was skipping over it. I'm gonna roll 20 to go look at a couple things.
Okay. FM. Cost. Construction cost.
Roll 20. No, not cameraman. Sign out. I would like to go to my actual. No. Still around.
May I provide a suggestion? Try smiling once a day. It can make you happier. I agree. I smile every day.
Yes, a smile can do so much. It's very helpful.
Mm-hmm. You're never fully dressed without a smile on your face. That's just my opinion.
Okay, noted.
Well, a smile can often help turn bad spirits around. If you can get the person who has bad spirits to smile, it can do a world of good, potentially.
Okay. So there's one town, need a name for the guild. Right. So, there we go. So we're gonna need. Up to heading 3. Very well. Heading 3. Guild, and then I need a heading 3 for town. And then I need other locations. Guild. Hang on, don't I have stuff with the name? Yes, I have. Let's see, Starlight. No. No, I need to keep that. Those are ideas. Where is my fantasy name generator? Right there. Oh boy, that's a lot.
Well, Fox isn't an idiot, so he shouldn't feel he's an idiot, because he's not an idiot. Yeah, Fox is not an idiot. I don't think anyone here thinks that he is.
No one should.
Alright.
Middle Eastern town? No. City name. Yes, a city name. In... Okay.
Question, Blue.
Go on.
One of the things that it mentions in this book, in the Draconic Golems book, it mentions how when you complete the actual process to make one of the golems, the book burns away, and you use the ashes on the golem to give you full control over it. And
Interesting.
I'm wondering if that. I'm wondering how that informs how common it should be. Because remember, there is one rule in my thing that says if an item is one-time use, you make a batch of 10 of it. Would that count as one-time use?
I think since it's a very special book, you wouldn't be able to make it in a batch.
To be fair, you wouldn't be able to make it at all unless you've read one of these books before. It is a
Ooh.
very rare rarity. I don't know. I'm on the fence. I kind of see what you're getting at there. At the same time, though, if you already know all the knowledge from the book already, what's to stop you from making another copy? Other than materials?
Yes. And part of the myth is the Jewish Golem. The Jewish Golem. Why do I find that funny? Someone tell me why I find that funny. Is that okay to find it funny? I don't know.
I mean, the Jewish is where the term golem originated from.
Oh.
Yep. It's actually where the term golem originates from, and it's specifically Jewish high priests making animate creatures out of clay to help defend their villages and help with farm work. Yeah, which is also the reason why iron golems exist in Minecraft, and why they defend the villagers, because that calls upon the Jewish heritage.
Golems in myth
protecting
is
people.
to control more than one at a time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to control more than one at a time, indeed. So I guess in that would actually make sense in that regard. Now,
You can
here's
make
the
more.
question. If
Go
the
on.
golem is destroyed, would you be able to get the book back, or do you need a brand new book?
Brand new book? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. What I was thinking is like, yes, you can make more than one book, but you can't be using more than one book at a time.
Right.
You would have to go through the entire process of making a new one again. Not a new book, a new golem again.
Yeah. And that's why it's kind of interesting to me that it doesn't take attunement for some reason. Because to me, I'd almost think
There's
that...
a reason for that, actually.
Oh, what's the reason?
Magic in the book is used for the attuning. It's not coming from the person itself. It's coming from the book's power.
Fair.
It's once again, because of the video sent, magic of a name.
Oh, right, you're calling upon the true name stuff. Oh, yeah, okay, so this would fall under that. I didn't even make that connection. He's Hunary, if you don't know, he's talking about the Tale Foundry video on the true names as a magic system.
That's why golems are actually so powerful.
Yeah,
Interesting.
because you have the true name inscribed within them. Because if you don't know about this magic system, Hunary, basically, if you know a person's true name, then you have, in essence, control and influence over them more so than themselves. And
Interesting.
And this is also referenced with fairies, and the fact that if fairies steal your true name, then they also end up stealing all of your memories and past experiences at the same time.
True names are how you can control people. I remember that from the Aragon. Well, not. Okay, we all know it as the Aragon series.
Yeah, it's Aragon. I forgot the other ones. I know one begins with an A.
No, it's called the Inheritance Cycle.
I just know it from the first book's title, and I just call it the Aragon series because of it.
Everyone does the same.
Yes, promises and a true name is a big part of my character. And that's not a spoiler.
Oh, I know. No worries. I will tell you if something is a spoiler.
Main thing is, if my character does make a promise, yeah, I'll do anything in the world to basically uphold it.
Mm-hmm. Because
even if it kills me in the end.
Hold magical power. Just look at paladins and their oaths. Those are just promises giving them magic power.
Cadmus is basically a pseudo-paladin, yay!
Yep. And there's going to be a literal paladin soon in the form of that one Zokarai's girlfriend character.
I like how just think it's Zokarai's girlfriend character. Zokarai does not call her his girlfriend. He instead just chooses to flirt with Cadmus and they just flirt back.
Okay, but there's still the whole fact that she has a crush on him.
Calmly. There we go.
Also, is it bad I've never read the Aragon series?
No.
Is it bad that I only read like the first, I think, 1 and then 2?
I've read all 9 Narnia books.
I have not read a single one.
They're all great. You want to hear a fun fact about the Narnia series, Henry?
Go on.
The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is not the first book in the series. Even though, canonically speaking, movie-wise, it's the first movie.
To be fair, there's not only 3 books, there's 9.
Right.
The first one I think is called The Magic Prince or something like that.
Something like that. I don't remember offhand. I have to look it up.
It's not the... never mind, go on.
The first book explains the origin of Narnia and Aslan as a character. Remember
Okay.
that godly lion? Hey, you remember how in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe they reference old magic so much? Yeah, the first book went over the events that established that old magic.
Using rings.
Well, I didn't want to give too many spoilers, but yeah.
I remember rings are a big part of it.
Uh-huh.
Red, green, and yellow.
Does this pique your interest, Henry, or are you not interested in that?
It's just, I've never been interested in it. It's like, something about it doesn't click with me.
Okay. Well, then I'll go ahead and go over spoilers, because if you're not interested, then you're not going to be reading the story anyway, so I might as well. But yeah, there are rings involved. Specifically, the first one has to do with 2 children that are exploring their parents' house.
Attic.
And they also have a bridge that connects the 2 attics and the 2 households together. I remember that. And inside there was a secret place where the one kid stole his dad's, like, a wooden box from his dad's office, and in it held 6 yellow rings and 6 green rings. Basically, and I'm heavily paraphrasing here because I'm skipping a lot of stuff because it's a full 600-page novel.
No, 6 yellow, 6 green, and 1 red.
6 green and 1 red. Wait, I thought there was 6 of each.
No, there was 6, 6, and then 1. And the big thing is, where's the other one? And the girl had the other one.
Okay, I forgot there was 3 sets. But yeah, so yeah, one of the rings, one of the sets of 6 rings, when you put it on, will transport you to this endless land of forests and clearings that is filled with circular pools of water. Specifically, you'll emerge out of a circular pool of water into this land, and the air feels perpetually warm. And the thing about this place is that the longer you stay in it, the more lazy and relaxed you feel, and the more unwilling to leave you feel. That place is called the Nexus Between Worlds. And specifically, if you put on the green ring and you go into one of the pools, you will end up in a different world. And there are some pools that are dried up and no longer exist, and those pools represent worlds that were completely destroyed for one reason or another. Anyway, so long story short, they end up exploring some of these worlds, finding crazy things in them. And however, there's one world that they go to that is a dying world, as in it's the world at the end of its lifetime. You know how they talk about how our universe is going to eventually end at some point?
Yeah.
They basically went to a world that was very near the end of its own universe. And in it, they found only one living being, a singular woman sitting on an iron throne who called herself the Ice Queen. I don't remember if that's actually what she fully called herself, but that's what she ended up being called later. But I know she had a different title. I don't remember what it is offhand now. Anyway, so they ended up wanting to free her because of the fact of, oh, she's in a dying world and they knew the way out and blah, blah, blah. So they wanted to bring her to the upper place. They brought her to the upper place. However, since she was nearly pure evil, the Nexus Between Worlds was actively painful for her to be in, instead of the calming malaise and the calming serenity that everyone else felt. For her, it was actively punishing her and painful because of how evil she was.
I like making characters based off some people in some aspects.
Yep. I could totally see the resemblance.
For
Anywho.
example, Cadmus is based off a little bit of it.
Yes. Anywho. So, they really quickly wanted to get to a different pool, but they didn't want to bring her back home because they didn't trust that she would be good back home. But they did make a promise to bring her to a new world, and she was actively dying here. So they found a brand new pool that had just been recently made, because it was previously a dried up pool that now had water in it, suddenly, meaning that it was a brand new world. And when they entered this, and they hopped into this brand new world with the Ice Queen in tow, and this brand new world is what would later become Narnia. And all they found was a bright, glowing world that was endless grasslands, and anything that you put in the ground would immediately grow into a full tree. Even if it's something that normally isn't organic, like, for example, a bicycle wheel. They stuck a bicycle wheel under the ground, and it grew into a giant bicycle tree. I'm not kidding.
They also put a gold coin in the ground.
Yeah, and it grew into a gold tree. If I remember correctly.
Yes, it is, and I love that part.
Yeah, and the brother was coming up with so many ideas of how they can get rich, and they need to tell people at home about this, and blah blah blah. And the girl didn't want to do any of this. But there was also a being beginning to form from the actual planet. And the Ice Queen noticed this and immediately hated the being and tried to shoot at it. But any shot that she did with her magic it caused a little bit of a hole, but then it just immediately regenerated back as this being was forming. This being would later be known as Aslan, the god of Narnia. He was the one creating the land, and he was also the one that was coalescing within this world. And thus, after a battle ensued between Aslan and the Queen, eventually a deal was struck between the two of them. And this deal was a deal of peace, where the Queen would have her own realm that she ruled over, and as long as she stayed within her own section of Narnia, she would be allowed to live as is and would not be bothered by Aslan. And that is the binding contracts that would later be known as the Old Magic in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Is that binding contract between the Ice Queen and Aslan. Furthermore, you might be wondering, well, okay, how does the wardrobe factor into this? Well, when the kids decided to leave and they went back home, the kids didn't want anyone else going into the Nexus because they couldn't trust anyone else to go in there, and they really didn't want to do it anymore themselves. So what they did is they went outside and they took one of, I believe it was, correct me if I'm wrong, Cadmus, but didn't they take a sapling from Narnia?
Sapling from Narnia and mothballs from their own area.
Yeah, they took a sapling from Narnia and mothballs from their own area and buried them under the dirt in their front yard, and also buried with them all of the rings. And they buried all of the they buried all of this into their front yard and left it there, and then went on. That sapling would eventually grow into a full tree, and using the mothballs as nitrogen to help fuel the soil. And also, each of its roots would grow through the rings, and the tree would be infused with the power of the rings. Later on, that tree would be cut down and used to make a bunch of furniture, including a wardrobe. And that wardrobe is the very same one seen in the second book and first movie, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Which is why the wardrobe connects directly to Narnia. Because the sapling is from Narnia, and it has the power of the rings now, so it can directly connect there. Also, that little girl and little boy I was talking about would eventually grow up to be the old couple in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, who their grandkids are the one that's discovered the power of the wardrobe. So yeah, it's really cool. It's a bunch of really cool stuff. It was one of my favorite book series. And the thing I loved most about it as a kid was not only was it really fun to read, but also the first book in the series talked about the beginnings of Narnia, and the final book in the series talked about the ending of Narnia, the apocalypse that destroyed all of Narnia. The end times. What was it? Didn't they say in the book it's the Narnian version of Ragnarok or something like that?
The Last Chair or something, I think it's called.
Yeah, where where the black giant on the sky blocks out the sun. If I remember correctly, it was one of the opening paragraphs.
He sits down on the chair to block out the sun and bring in a new dawn.
Yeah. Basically, everything would be destroyed and then reborn.
And that's why I love using that as reference material for some of my characters.
Mm-hmm. It's nice to know we have a shared love of the Narnia franchise.
Because there's peace and then there's chaos inside the peace that I like using.
Yep. Part of why I find Darkseid such an interesting character in DC Comics, because he is specifically the order within chaos. That is his entire character, is that he is the order within chaos. Which I find a very interesting idea for a villain. Anywho, we went way off topic talking about this. We're supposed to be talking
Apologies.
No, you guys did not go off topic. You were right on topic.
Fair enough. That was a nice way to spend in 2 hours, because suddenly we're 3.5 hours into the stream. 3 hours and 45 minutes into the stream, actually. That's perfectly fine, though. I got another 2 hours, 15 minutes.
Ah, no! No. Let me read Fizbeam properly without you freaking out. Okay.
And to be fair, this is what I would be doing anyway if I wasn't streaming, which is the entire point of me streaming this.
Because you're bored and want me alone?
Because I was like, if I'm going to be prepping for D&D stuff anyway, which is what I wanted to do, I'm like, why don't I stream it? It's already Variety Friday. It could just be a hangout session.
I'm just trying to think of like some special things for like a town.
Oh. Well,
It's
do you want ideas for your town, good sir? Because I can provide a couple.
No. Yeah, so it's the town isn't too crazy. It's called Conley's Town.
Okay.
This is a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon town, mind you.
Okay.
So I just simply need ideas.
Alright.
To go from that. Cadmus, you can definitely help. You're not in this camping.
I know.
Where is the center of the town? As in the main meeting place that all of the people go to when they're off work or off whatever.
I have no clue.
You should just know.
You have a map.
Probably a tavern/inn.
Because I know I have a merchant. There's probably going to be like a tavern/inn somewhere. There's probably a hotel of a sort.
Yep. And let me okay. Now let's work with the whole tavern/inn thing. Okay. So you want an idea of what some of the services that place would have. They would offer food, drinks. They would also probably offer lodging and a comfortable room for people to sleep in between adventures for a price, of course. They would also offer storage of items if you want to leave things there and then come back and get them later. And there would also very likely be a message board, as in like a literal cork board that everyone leaves like notes and messages and looking for jobs and all that sort of stuff on it. What I also often call a missive board. Basically a central place where everyone puts the news. It's like, oh hey, advertising for this new restaurant, or job opening here, or I'm missing my kid, can you help me find them? Or, you know...
Wonderful. Now, anything that's like, going on with like missing kid or job that needs to be done to go get something, that goes to the guild. The guild handles all those jobs. They go out and they're kind of the law enforcement of the town.
Okay. Well, then the question, is the missive board in the inn, or is it in the adventure guild?
It's not an adventure... that would be in... It's not I wouldn't call it an adventurers guild. The guild is more like... Because not everyone can accept places from that. Not all of them. Because most of them aren't adventurers.
Right.
You have to be a part of the guild in order to take on requests.
Okay. I'm just trying to give ideas.
I don't... a message board, that means I have to... I'm more looking at what kind of facilities would be in the town.
Oh! Well,
Everything else I can think of. Basic town stuff I can think of. Special facilities I'm trying to think of.
well, you figured there'd be a place for people to relax, like onsen, or like some sort of like relaxation place. Like, I'm imagining if there's a place where you can just relax in warm water and just sit there for a while and talk with your buddies and You know, you figure it'd be
That hot spring would probably be in a different place.
Okay. Then there's also probably going to be a place where you can like hire people for services, like, you know, I don't know. Think of what Pokemon are capable of, and think of how could you apply those things to make money. And those would probably be facilities that are in there. You know, like maybe a Pokemon's electricity can be used to power certain things, or like maybe a fire could be used to heat up water, or, you know, water could be produced by, I don't know, water type Pokemon. It depends on the logistics.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm getting ideas now. Let's see. Yes. There's definitely gonna be a shipyard.
Mm-hmm.
A smithy, that would probably be a merchant. I will keep that noted.
Yeah, a smithy, a leather worker, a carpenter shop, a wood carver, artistic places where you can show off your art.
Wood carver fits. Yes.
Now, this is a little dark, but there might also be a gallows.
I have no clue what a gallows is.
A gallows is the place where you hang criminals.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay.
They would. Okay. In all honesty, they would probably just.
Well, it depends on how your town deals with criminals. Do they exile them from the town? Do they kill them? What do they do? Because there has to be, if they don't exile them from the town, then there probably has to be some central location place where they just put criminals, like a jail or something.
Yeah, there's probably a jail or something. It's like, would they kick them off the edge of the island? That would be interesting.
That'd be dark, but yeah, this is the type of stuff you gotta think about, the logistics of like, how would this town function? Like, as a
Court-type
world.
building is needed. Noted. The guild is the court. The guild is the law.
Yeah. We're the law around these parts. We're the sheriff.
Who regulates it though?
The guild members.
I will quote something my dad mentioned about the Old West, where he said, "You worry about the law, kid? The nearest law is 100 miles away. No one's gonna know us." Where he was talking about the Old West.
Wood carver. We got a restaurant. I might have a couple types of restaurants. Jeez. That's fine. It's fine. It's. So you're trying to think, because this is not too major of a town, because I have other major towns to make eventually.
Keep in mind,
merchant.
Keep in mind, all of the ideas that you come up for this town can also work for the next town. You know, if some of them don't get brought up to the players, you could just save that idea for later to bring up to another town, etc. Here's a question, Henry. Is there any religions in the town? Is there any churches?
No.
Okay. I did not know if Pokemon worshipped anything. Maybe like Arceus.
I mean, they could,
Arceus.
but...
Arceus and the Legendaries.
This one's interesting. This is an interesting place, as people will find out over time. Could I implement...
Concert
I'm
is
thinking.
definitely a good idea. Like a central place where, like, town criers can I don't know if they're called town criers, but town criers can do like announcements and stuff, like the local news, or like gathering places for like concerts, or like when a king visits the town or whatever. I don't know. A bunch of stuff. And yeah, well, I figured that there would probably be people playing music inside of taverns. Because you know what the purpose of a tavern is, right, Henry?
A place to gather?
Not just that. It's the main... It has two main functions. Number one, it's the place where everyone... it's the place where... Well, okay. In media, if we look at fantasy settings, it usually has two main functions, historically speaking. One, light back then was costly and hard to get in terms of like handles cost quite a bit, and so it was more efficient to go to a central location that was well lit back then and spend most of your time there, aka a tavern. And then 2, since everyone was going there anyway, there would always be people to talk to, people to coerce, people to talk to, business to do, music going on, livelihood, etc.
Our whores.
Well, we're not talking about that right now. Anyway, point
Like
is,
I said, I have weird ideas. I'm sorry.
yes, you're
I
fine.
get stupid at times.
You're fine. Anyway, my point was that, yeah, between the whole lighting issues and the fact that this is a central location that a lot of people are going to anyway, and it's a good relaxation place where you can get food, drink, good company, water, and even a place to sleep. It's basically like, oh hey, you worked for 8 hours, and go relax here for like 3, maybe drink a bit, and then head back home.
For honing skills. That probably would be over at the guild.
That would probably be the guild, yeah. If I had to guess.
Okay. I have my places, nice simple basis. Anything else I can add on? I need to figure out who's running the guild. Who's in charge of the guild? Do I
Also,
include
to
them
be
right
fair,
away?
if
No.
you want to be canon to Pokemon lore, Cadmus, the horse would not be at the inn, they'd be at the daycare center.
Yes.
Listen.
I know.
Eggs come from nowhere. They literally just pop into existence.
Fair.
And Knight says otherwise.
It's never directly stated in the Pokemon lore where they come from, so...
Because it's a child game. They shouldn't.
Right.
Knight, as one of the 3 Pokemon of this mind, say otherwise, although he is usually just joking.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Also, I think that's the first time...
I'm
Don't
sorry.
burn yourself!
No. So I went over to actually open up the region Pokédex generator. So first up, Hollowtail Town, an agriculture town where almost everyone is a farmer. Your starters are a Roggenrola, a Honedge, a Litten. And then you have Route 1. And then you have the Strongheart Industrial Zone, because this region is a region of strength. You might find Genesect there.
Oh god. Genesect's quite strong.
Later down the road, before Gym 3, in Sap Road Garden, you might find Victini.
Neat.
Later down the line. Yeah, this Pokédex generator is an interesting one, that's for sure. Delete 4, grass, fire, poison, steel. A reserved honeymaker.
Yeah. I mean, you say that, Cadmus, but at the same time, mythicals and legendaries can kind of go wherever they want to. What's stopping them?
True, I just usually think that he likes to keep a low profile, except for Mew. He's the only exception.
And Celebi. Celebi does not keep a low profile at all.
And Zorua, even though it's kind of not a mythical, it's its own thing.
And Jirachi.
Yeah.
Actually, no, Jirachi does keep a low profile now I think about it. I do remember in the Pokeball entries, though, didn't they mention the fact that legendaries are don't even have stats because they aren't meant to be beaten?
Actually, they do in 2.0.
Oh. Okay. I was reading 1.0. Apologies.
Okay, so leader's gonna be a Houndoom. Let's see, Guild Master. Houndoom. Yes, calm nature. Be one with nature. Be calm with yourself. Burn all when is necessary. Yes. Yes! Okay, now I need to look for guild members. Alright, let's try and look it up. Faramoso, why are you here? A naughty Magna Zone, okay.
I don't question it.
I'm not
What, are
questioning
you
it
next
either.
to find missing no or something?
No. Alright, so
This
there's
thing knows just a
Mickey.
casual NPC.
What? We allow all Pokemon here, even ones that aren't supposed to exist.
Even ones that potentially just kind of degrade the universe.
That depends.
Yes, Staryu could make sense. There is a lake. That makes sense, I guess. Staryu, right?
Forgetting that's a weapon. Or forgetting that's an item.
What item?
I love comprehending languages. I keep on forgetting that's an item.
Yes. The Helm of Teleportation is also one of the strongest items, in my opinion, for its rarity.
And again, with all this metals, I'm not surprised.
Well,
Interesting, let's see.
to be fair, the item could also potentially be made of ironwood. But yeah, most default forms of the items would be made of actual metal gammas.
No, I don't mean that. I mean there's literally like 10 items in the common rarity that is just called metal of this, metal of that, metal of this, metal of that.
Ah, yeah. Oh, also, I figured out what the variant feather tokens are, by the way.
Neat.
'Cause
Can I make it by
warning about-
plucking Hoonery?
What was that?
I hate that I said that with a smile!
I
Well
didn't hear what you
then.
said.
You're plucking my feathers? How dare you?
Oh.
Fair, you're an infinite casting of the fly spell if I just keep on taking feathers from you.
One of the materials for the fly spell is an owl feather.
Welcome to the free ticket of me having fly all the time.
Listen. Take these feathers that I've molted. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I won't take it painfully from you. I'll probably take one that's already loose.
Precisely, that's why I'm handing you this pile of molted feathers.
The same way you won't take any of my scales.
Not unless it's
Precisely, we
checked.
just do a trade.
Yeah. Here's a trade. You rip out some of his feathers while he rips out some of your scales.
Oh god, no.
That's fair, right?
I would say Canvas doesn't understand how it feels, but no, he does.
Yeah, sadly.
You know, making 3 teams. Yeah. Yeah, you know, those 3 teams are fine. Yeah, those 3 teams are fine. Fine, those are fine. Good. I think I'm good for this play. Now I need to go with the areas.
Hernery, were you there when I was talking about the unbalance your encounters thing?
Yes.
Okay. I forgot if you were here in the call or not, or if it was just Cadmus.
No. Some of my fights are meant to be challenging, as in, alright guys, I want to try something, have fun.
Yeah, this fight that you guys are going to do tomorrow, I'm fully intending you guys not to win it.
I'm fully intending something to happen during then. I'm just not going to say.
Right, but I fully intended you guys to end up retreating. Of course, you might find a way to do it anyway, and that's perfectly fine. Because, again, I have faith that you guys will figure out what you could do.
I legit am stuck because I made a promise and now I have to get the person.
Yep.
And Hunter might have a talk with Cadmus, or Cadmus might realize, like, making promises is hard to do.
Yeah, welcome to why he said he will do it, do or die. It was quite literal when he told you this in your in the conversation between you two.
Which is why I'm surprised Cadmus was the one trying to hold back Harold. But that
Because he knew that if he did something right then everything would go bad. Cadmus legit had to talk him down.
Alright. By the
Cadmus is
way...
slowly turning in.
Sorry, go ahead.
Cadmus is slowly turning into the diplomat of the group, isn't he?
You might become one of the diplomats.
I won't say the diplomats, but I will say the heart of the group, if you know what that is a reference to.
That's true.
Yeah, if you know the whole 3-man band thing and the 5-man group, Cadmus would be the heart of the group. From what I can tell.
Kind of fits with what's going to happen later on, so yes.
So what? That means that Zokarai is the Lancer?
No!
Zokarai is
Really
the
convinced
Vegeta.
that
of
he's
the group.
Susie.
Well, I know, but I did not mean that Lancer.
If
I meant,
anything,
like, the
we have
Vegeta
Hunary as
style
Lancer.
Sorry, what?
What?
Anything we have
Why?
Hunary as Lancer.
He's
Why
talking
me?
about Deltarune.
I know, it's like, wait, why am I Lancer?
Because you're silly but can be serious at times.
That is not how I describe Lancer from Deltarune at all. Lancer from Deltarune is childishly silly almost all the time.
That's Karsoka.
Karsoka is Lancer, yes. I would say that would be Karsoka.
Henry likes books and keeping his friends safe.
If anything, Hunary's more closer to that deer girl from the chapter 2 of Deltarune. I forget what her name is.
Noelle.
Noelle, yeah. Hunary's more closer to Noelle. From what little I know about Noelle.
What did I have Island 2 be? Okay. That's who you were. Okay.
If you don't know why we're referencing different Deltarune characters, is there's a running joke that Cadmus and Zokarai are just Ralze and Susie from Deltarune.
Cadmus is just Prince of Fluffiness.
Which is also why I posted this GIF not too long ago in the VR chat. Not that one. Though I guess that's a cute one too. That's the one I was referring to.
Yeah, the blush too kind of fits.
This one. This is the one I was referring to.
Yes, that's Cadmus energy. That's Cadmus energy as Rouse.
And then there's Karsoka just peering out the back. Though, that reminds me of Dread, actually. Lancer's reminding me of Dread. Just peering from behind Zokarai. Then, in this comparison, who'd be the Chris of the group?
I'm curious, like, who's the Chris?
Yeah. Jaden?
Harold.
Harold. Sure, Harold. Why not? He is in a lot of cases mostly silent in combat when not fighting in the arena, so I guess that fits. Though I was more thinking, you know, at this point, Clockwise, probably. But you guys have not seen Clockwise in combat, so I don't know yet necessarily. I don't know. I need to get back to what I was doing.
Mountain of Fortitude, yes.
I forgot that the Draconic Golem thing is a small novel that I had to type out.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's what I'm reading right now.
Fortitude.
Keep in mind, this
Yeah.
is just for the book itself. Then I need to write in entries and stat blocks for each of the Bone Dragon Golem, Wormstone Golem, and Iron Drake Golem. So, I'm going to need to do stat blocks for all three of those. What's their CR anyway? 12, 15,
14, I
18.
think, is one of them.
What was that?
I think it's 12, 15, and 14.
12, 15, 18.
Okay.
Iron Drake is the 18, and 12 is the Bone Dragon.
I'm sorry. I thought they were all mid.
No. Well, one's clearly stronger than the other two.
Fair enough.
I'm just bringing this up in case I ever want to send one of these things at you guys.
The hell did I see? That is not a bone dragon golem. That is an abomination.
what was it?
I saw a card from Yugioh that's just, if you know, summon skull.
Ah.
Really? Bone dragons are from Magic the Gathering.
Ah, that makes sense.
So bone dragon golems are a homage to Magic the Gathering's bone dragons.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because, yeah, Magic the Gathering has bone dragons. Which is their version of Draco Liches, basically. Undead dragons. Actually, now that I think about it, Skyrim also has bone dragons. Because in Skyrim, the one dragon resurrects a bone dragon from the dead and to attack you. You know, that reminds me, Hunary,
Yes.
what do you think about dragons having a necromancy spell to raise the skeleton of a different dragon?
Depends on the type of dragon.
Yeah, I was supposed to say, like, yeah, if a dragon is willing to go that way, they would probably be capable of doing it.
Well, what do you mean by willing to go that way?
There's one that I feel like would. Ugh.
It's like if they want to learn necromancy, what's stopping them?
Right, but I mean, like, specifically necromancy on another dragon skeleton.
Again, if they're willing to do it.
Okay, see, when you say willing, are you talking about the person casting the magic, or are you talking about the skeleton that they're animating? Because obviously the skeleton that they're animating would not be willing.
The person who is casting it.
Yeah, no, I could totally see that being a thing, especially for certain evil dragons.
Like someone that you know.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I'm bringing this up, because of that person. Because I think I might add that in as a high-level spell, probably like an 8th level spell. I don't know.
I thought
I'll wait until I get to the dragon spell section, because I'm going to be copying it in all the dragon spells.
I am thankful for telling you to add in dragon spells.
Yeah. I was going to get to it eventually anyway, but... Yeah.
I'm sorry for pushing you with that.
No, it's fine. It's just... I only have so much time, and I'm getting distracted quite a lot. And
I don't mean to.
What was that?
I don't mean to.
No, it's not your fault. It's my fault. It's my fault for letting myself get distracted. I could just, finish what I'm doing and then respond to your thing, but no, I always feel I should respond right away to people if I can. At least people I directly care about. So really, it's my fault. It's not your fault.
I'm sorry, what is this about Bloodhunter that just goes into patrons? Oh!
What? Did you look at the Order of the Profane Soul?
I did not know that automatically strikes a pact.
Yep. Why do
Is
you
this just automatically multi-class as a sorcerer?
Huh?
Order of the Profane Soul, is this just you multi-class into Warlock?
Yeah, it's just the multi-class in the Warlock. You said Sorcerer before, and I'm like, wait, what?
I didn't mean sorcerer.
Yeah, why do you think Jaden is currently interested in multi-classing into Bloodhunter? Because he was like, ooh, this can boost my Warlock stuff, and this can give me access to Hexblade as a patron. So he can end up having, effectively, 3 patrons.
Oh god, the 18th level ability in this is so edgy.
Everything about Bloodhunter is edgy. That's part of the point.
I'm sorry, Midnight just smiled when he just saw this. First of the Soul Eater.
Yes.
But that's not fitting for you. It's not.
I want to know more about this.
Oh, this does remind me. There is a video that Mr. Rex put out recently on the animal heaven in D&D, and you both should watch that because it's a really good video, and I enjoyed it when I watched it last night. It came out like...
Will I cry?
It came out that like less than 24 hours ago. What was that, Cadmus?
Will he cry? Will he make Cadmus cry?
Tears of joy, maybe?
I meant like how depressing versus how happy it is.
There's nothing nefarious in it.
Okay, thank goodness.
It's
Because this impacts Cadmus on a level that I think we discussed.
Yeah, basically, if you are either a full animal or if you are partly an animal, like Hoonery would also qualify, you go to the animal heaven unless you specifically worshipped a religious being, in which case you'd go to their heaven. But if you didn't, then you go to the animal heaven, which is just literally to summarize a little bit to get you hooked in the video. Basically, it's where every single wild animal goes when they die. And it's just a place of endless fields and deserts and forests and every natural environment you can imagine. And in there, no gods have power. Everything is ruled by nothing is ruled. Nothing is owned.
I'm sorry, because I'm trying to lead that into something else that's gonna happen.
Everything there is wild, and even greater deities don't have much power in there other than over small towns and cities, and that's it. Everything there is wild and taken over by nature. And yeah, you can find literally every kind of beast in D&D there. If it's a beast, it's there. Including, as I said, people like centaurs and owlin and tabaxi and other sorts of folk like them too. They also go to animal heaven by default.
Wow, you get so much information by dying there. Dang.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Hoonery... Listen, okay, I'm pretty sure Hoonery would have learned about it before he ran away, but you know.
You probably would have heard the name, but that's about all you would probably remember or know, given the fact that you distanced yourself from that.
Yeah, it is like, sure, I mean, I distanced myself from it, so it's probably long lost memories now.
Yeah, you would have to, like, hear the name for it to jog your memory.
Yes, and then you'd probably go like, and this is what you remember about, like, oh.
Yep.
Jaden would know about it.
Indeed. Anyone who's directly connected to nature via Druid would know about it, which is why I brought this up to both of you.
Makes me wonder, depending on which way Hoonery goes, will depend on which heaven he will go to.
Wouldn't you rather want to go back with your dragon?
You would most likely either go to the animal heaven or you'd go to the dragon heaven, one of the two. Also, you want to know something cool? Anyone who had a deep tie to nature and a deep tie to the natural world goes to animal heaven. So even druids, like very powerful druids, end up going to animal heaven. And when they go there, they don't go there as a humanoid being. They go there in the body of whatever animal best represents their personality.
I know the one that's gonna be for Cadmus.
Yeah, and it's actually not going to be a dragon. That's if you go there. Because if you become, for example, a champion of Bahamut at some point, you would go to the dragon heaven instead of the animal heaven. Because that's where Bahamut
That's a set path of goals he has to do.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine at the end where it's like, alright, like our characters die, it's like, now which heaven do you go to? It's like, oh.
Yeah, Have you ever wondered, like, where does a Beastmaster Ranger's beast go to when they die? Where does a deer that you kill go to when they die? You know, where does a basilisk when you slay it? Where does it go when it dies?
Good question. Question is, what kind of conversations do they have after they die?
They don't. They're still wild animals.
Okay.
To be fair though, their intelligence is raised while they're inside of there, but it's usually just doubled. So if they had like 1 intelligence, now they have 2. If they had 2, they now have 4. If they had 4, they now have 8, etc.
What, they're 5? Did they just get 10?
Yep. And if you remember, 10 is the equivalent of a human.
I meant, like, you know, max intelligence.
No, we're talking about their actual intelligence set. Though it can go higher than 20, potentially. For example, a human who is like a druid and very closely tied to their intelligence, if their intelligence was, let's say, a 15, they would be a 30 while they're in there.
Damn.
Yep.
Yeah. So if a animal does actually have like an intelligence of, let's say, 8, then they are capable of learning languages and speaking them. And also, there is a god of each animal inside of that kingdom, and they're effectively demigods within that realm. So there is, for example, a god of wolves, there's a god of bears, there's a god of owls, there's etc. Every single animal has their own god.
Ugh, you gave me an idea.
Though, there is also some... I'm glad I gave you an idea. There's also some generic gods, like the god of cats, for example, which represents all cat species, from, like, big lions to small house cats. So it's more just the general types. Like, for example, there's the god... like, the most difference that they get is, like, there's a god of dogs and there's a god of wolves. Just because those two have differentiated so much that there's actually a difference between the two. And specifically, it's a god of domestic dogs compared to a god of feral wolves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's probably a god of owls out there that you at some point might meet. And specifically the purpose of the god, and this is the explanation for natural instincts that animals have in D&D, where while they are within the animal heaven, they are taught by their god how to be themselves as an animal, so that when they are next reincarnated into a new lifetime as that animal, they have all those instincts implanted in them still from their god.
Makes me wonder, what would it be like to have, not necessarily a campaign, but some sessions in Heavens?
That would be cool.
Interesting.
If any of you get the ability to hop between planes, that would allow that.
Because it'd be really interesting, like, yeah, it's like, Alvaro, this campaign, in this campaign, all of you are dead. What?
Yep.
It's like, yeah, y'all of you are in heaven.
Oh, hey, it was a team party kill. Okay, let's all talk about the heavens that you went to. Wait, what? Yeah, let's talk about where your characters went.
Yeah, you read this all, you hear this all, and now you're wondering, why the hell isn't Cadmus afraid of death?
This is why.
Because he knows that even if death, he goes to a much better place.
Death is just
He gets
another
reunited with
aspect of
someone.
life. What was the one Swamp Thing quote? Death is just the fertile black soil upon which life can grow. And evil is the fertile black soil upon which good can grow.
Basically, as long as Cadmus prevents everyone else from dying unnatural deaths that they don't need to, he's happy.
Mm-hmm. Also, I will say, one thing about that kingdom is that while animals can die in the kingdom, that's something that definitely happens. They'll then be reborn in a different body still within that kingdom. However, all animals while in there only hunt to eat. They do not hunt for sports, they do not hunt for any other reason, as that's seen as very disrespectful. But you are perfectly allowed to hunt animals to eat while you're in them, as that is just an aspect of the wild.
Yes, predation, the natural order.
Yes. And yeah. So that's just all very interesting. I don't know. I watched that video last night as I was falling asleep, and I very much enjoyed it. It was very fun to watch.
No.
What?
Not cursor.
Oh, okay.
It almost sent me to a different VC chat again.
Whoops.
I'm gonna tell you, every single time it just sends me there. I wish there was an "Are you sure" for going to the D&D 5e official sessions. I was just like, nope, you just get plopped.
But yeah, it's unique in the fact of it's one of the heaven. They also talked about something else in the video I actually didn't know. That's very interesting to me. You want to know what that is, Foonery and Cavis?
I said go on. Why would we say no?
Fair. The outer planes and inner planes predates the gods. As in, the gods were not the ones who created the places. The places existed before, and then the gods moved in. This is why, for example, the gods of good that live in Mount Celestia do not actually have full control over Mount Celestia, because it's a place unto itself that existed before. And the beings known as archons, which are created in Mount Celestia, are not angels, and the gods have no sway over what archons do.
Also, welcome to another history fact that Cadmus knew because family.
Mm-hmm.
You probably told him about that, Heaven.
So yeah, this is all very interesting stuff about the various planes. Granted, I'm saying this from the perspective of a DM who just knows everything about the setting. This isn't necessarily stuff that the player characters would know, like the actual characters, but this is just stuff me talking between one DM to two other DMs.
Fair.
Yes. If you don't know, by the way, anyone who's watching, which I don't believe anyone's currently watching, because I believe Exalted left, these two are my co-DMs in my campaign.
Ew.
I need to get up and stretch. I have been sitting for too long, and I need more water. I'll be back. My butt hurts, so I need to get up and stretch.
Alright, cool. I have descriptions down of all locations. Basic. Good. I've done my basics. Wonderful. I need to go finish setting up a video. It's processing. Wonderful. Don't need that anymore. What? Yeah. Oh, that's a cool half dragon look. That's really cool character art. Also cool centaurs. Interesting. That's an interesting one. Yeah, it's a very neat one. Cool. What is it? Oh, right. Okay. Did I write down what songs were used? Shoot. I gotta go and listen to them. Watch.
Yeah, Henry.
Yes.
In many cases, that last conversation was basically Cadmus's way of saying, I'm not afraid to die. If anything, I'm glad that I spent time with you.
What would make Henry happy? Well, okay, Peaceful Dining is playing. Noted. Yep. Peaceful Dining. Peaceful Dining is one of the songs.
Are you? There we go. Is that our first level? Yes, it is. Yes. Chose beyond the upper planes, you bound yourself to an ancient Empyrean, Solar, Curran, and Unicorn. Practice the being that allows you to experience the barest touch of the holy light that illuminates the multiverse. Connected to such power causes change in your behavior and beliefs. Times your heart might be also filled with longing of the celestial realm of your patron, desire to wander in paradise for the rest of your days. You know your missions among mortals now. That binds you to bring light into the dark places of the world. The fits.
I've returned. Ugh, I've returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. I was working on my Minotaur voice while I was in there.
Good.
What you doing? Nah, I couldn't do it that time. I tried to get like a low, grumbly voice.
You sound like the Resident Evil guy.
You think you can? You think you can fight me? I'm trying to get the one Minotaur guy's voice down because he's going to be showing up in like half a decade of sessions. I don't know. I expect him to show up in like the next 10 sessions, probably. At some point.
I know.
Oh, that reminds me. I've actually completed the guard captain stat block. If you want to see it, Henry.
Yeah, it helped.
Yep, Cadmus helped a lot.
For example, I made the Hero Forge model.
Yes, you did, and I used that Hero Forge model to help inform her stats. And you also gave me the idea for the subclass for the class as well.
I feel like it just belongs.
Yeah, makes sense. Oh, let me get that water thing off the screen. Hold on. Drag you down there. Meanwhile, Hunari's just being quiet, probably focusing on something.
Yes.
Okay. I also have pepper
It's
jack
a
cheese.
24-minute fight? Damn, okay. Cool. World's 5th, noted. Alright, okay. Cool.
Cadmus, have you seen the actual stat block yet?
You want me to go to, I'm gonna at least rid of him before I do that.
I cannot go look at it right now just because of the fact of it would show spoilers for certain other people if it did. But you can look at it.
Trust me,
Yeah,
I
what do I do?
can, and I will.
No, I don't want to open up Spotify. I really don't want to open up Spotify right now. I need to open up my video. I need to open up this. I need to go over here. Copy this.
Ah!
Is everything alright?
I just yawned.
Okay.
Perhaps you need to sleep soon.
It's like 2:21.
Or perhaps you need to get more oxygen in your system.
Okay.
Cool. Public. I'm scheduling this for to go out. 3 p.m. later today.
Okay.
Yes, 3. Make that 2 p.m. Done. It's just processing the video. It'll be ready shortly. I'm going to we'll kind of see it's done. Save changes. Good. Go back.
Fun fact is, by the time YouTube people see this video, those announcements will have already been out, probably. For Blue, I mean.
I need art. I need art of my other campaigns soon. I think.
What do you think of the
It
music
is
in the
cool.
background, by the way? Of my life?
Music was nice.
Like it.
Yeah.
14 to 14 to that's an 8-minute phase. Cool.
Oh, I will say, by the way, it is fully possible for you guys, if you ever find a tome of Draconic Golems, to turn Brishnox into a Draconic Golem.
Would that be useful though?
I think so.
Yeah, very well could be. We just need the stuff.
And since he is a willing person, unlike usual, where you usually have to do an unwilling dragon, I would say his mind probably wouldn't be shattered in the process. Like what normally happens with these golems.
I'm just looking out for him.
It would definitely give him a more capable form than his current statue form. And you could still turn him into a statue because you can make him have worm stone. Or you can make him an iron drake, but probably worm stone if I had to guess.
I mean, the iron one is just you need to have something. It'd be powered by cold magic instead of fire magic.
Well,
I think there'd be a way to work like that.
Considering the lore on it, that's weirdly iffy because of the fact that the thing that keeps it alive is the ever-burning fire inside of it. So what ever-turning effect would be keeping the cold version alive? That's why I said Wormstone Golem, because Wormstone Golem makes more sense for a cold dragon. Because that's what literally is just stone and mud. Do you know? Do you guys know what Wormstone is, by the way?
Nope.
Basically, it's the Wormstone goal will be carried by a single massive rock. Wormstone, I don't know what it is officially, but what it is in my campaign setting is the rock that is inside of caves near dragon lairs. Basically, with the dragon, when a dragon rests in their lair, you know how they suffuse magic into their entire horde? I would also say they suffuse magic into the surrounding area, and in particular, any rocks in the surrounding area get turned into what's called Wormstone, which is basically rocks suffused with the power of a dragon. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you were to make a Wormstone Golem, you would basically need a chunk of a dragon's lair carved out of, let's say a dragon had like a mountain lair, you'd need a chunk of that mountain.
Big as a chunk.
A reasonably sized one too, because you need a big enough chunk that you can replicate the size of a adult dragon.
Remind me, I'm putting in personality traits of someone.
Mm-hmm. Which, if I had to guess, would probably be from your mom's lair, Henry.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys ever go back to the Dragon Con.
There will be a time where Cadmus goes back to her.
I already have plans for when you guys go back.
Oh, I know, you already discussed things are gonna happen. I'm not going to say anything.
Right, because of spoiler reasons, because we're still on stream.
We wouldn't want to be spoiling stuff on stream. That would be bad.
Lunary. Lunary's a big reason why not.
Oh, yeah. I was just also pointing out because we're on stream. Technically, we don't need to worry about... Actually, now that I think about it, no... Well, okay. If it's stuff related to session 3 specifically, we could probably say it other than, you know, you trying to keep it a secret from Lunary. But more specifically, I more meant, like, because by the time people on YouTube see this, it's going to be a week later.
True.
Loyal. I'm making personality traits. I like making personality traits for everyone. I'm trying to do it for the Minotaur.
It's fun. Though, keep in mind the characterization I've already given her so far when writing.
No, why do you think I put in the first trait so far as loyal?
Yeah. Also, if you check Cadmus, I wrote a battle tactics note for her specifically that can give you ideas on her personality. It's in the very first folder, which I believe is named Important Stuff for Me to Remember, or something. Yeah, Important Stuff for Me is the name of the folder. That's with like some of the heavy spoiler stuff in it. But, so I really cannot click on that one. Not on stream anyway. As soon as the stream ends, I can. Oh! Something else cool about Beast Heaven is the clouds are alive in Beast Heaven.
A bug.
Yes.
For example, I feel like Cadmus's father specifically would tell him all about this.
I don't understand why, but okay.
You know why Cadmus's father specifically?
I'm not fully familiar with its backstory, but whatever. We'll talk about that later. Because we cannot talk openly about it right now.
Me. Just opening up some Final Fantasy, because I haven't played that in a while.
Yep. So, fun fact. You want to know the cheapest you could possibly make a Dragon Golem.
Go on.
So, if you remember in the actual entry, there's a bunch of things that you can do to lower the cost of a Golem. Yeah. For example, let's take the cheapest one, which is the Bone Dragon Golem. It takes 70 days and 80,000 gold pieces to make. However, there are a number of spells required to make it, and there's also other things required to make it, and those things are partly for the cost. If you already have the capability to cast those things, you can lower the cost of this, because they account for the cost of buying those items. So, for example, if you know the Animate Object spell, you can reduce the cost by 5,000 gold pieces. If you already know the Geas spell, you can reduce the cost by 5,000 gold pieces.
Ooh, that could be very useful for you.
If you already know the Magic Jar spell, you reduce the cost by 8,000 gold pieces. If you already know the Anti-Magic Field spell, you can reduce the cost by 12,000 gold pieces. And if you already have a Draconic Spirit and do not need to get one, you can reduce the cost by 30,000 gold pieces.
I have plans.
And there's also a specific spell required for each individual golem. In the case of the Bone Dragon one, that's the Fear spell. And if you already have that, you reduce it by 500 gold pieces. So if we take the cheapest of the golems, which is the 80,000 one, and then reduce it by all of those, assuming you had Anti-Magic Field, Magic Jar, Geas, Animate Objects, Fear, and the Dragon Spirit already, you would be able to reduce it down to, and let me calculate this in my head real quick, 68, 60, 50, 20... 19,500 gold pieces. If you had all the reductions, that would be the cheapest it would cost you. It's 19,500 gold pieces. And that would presumably just be for the bones themselves to get them. If you already had an entire dragon skeleton, I don't know how cheap that would make that, but I'd say it'd probably reduce it by another 10,000 if you already had a full dragon skeleton to work with. In which case it'd only be about 9,500 gold pieces to make a bone dragon golem. So yeah, there's a bunch of fun logistics. So you could, if you had all these spells, you could like cut the cost by quite a bit. Keep in mind, though, one of these, Anti-Magic Field, is an 8th level spell, and a bunch of the other ones are 7th and 6th level spells. And getting a Dragon Soul is kind of hard to do. It just so happens that in this case we have Burst Nox, which is very conveniently a Dragon Soul.
Indeed.
It's just like, wow, convenient. I was like, it's like, wow, I have so many convenient things about me.
Indeed.
It's
You
like,
are a convenient place for me to just dump lore onto that's dragon related, so you can put it on the rest of the party.
It's like,
Too
so what
much
kind of
so, in
backstory
fact.
do you have? It's like, oh, just a lore thing. Oh, that's just weak. Oh, no, it's not.
It's a lot, too much so, in fact, but that's nothing.
What was that, Cadmus?
Sorry.
That's fine. Anyway, yeah, he does have the Dragon Scholar background, so it's kind of in his background, and I try to make every character relevant in their own way. You know what I mean? After all, if we don't let everyone get the spotlight, then some people are just not going to have fun as a result.
Yeah.
Does she not have HP?
Like, for example, in Session 2, Sortu felt he didn't really ever get a chance to shine.
True, he did want to. Yeah, it's very hard. It's not like you're not going to shine every section.
Right. He always felt like in the conversation he was overpowered by someone else. Was one of the things that he specifically said. And yeah, I've been thinking about that ever since then. Sorry about that. For interrupting.
It's no. You bring up a good point, as in, it's hard to balance everyone into a session, especially if a session ends up being short.
Mm-hmm. Which that one did.
Yeah, I really hope that I mean, it's just this is just me. Just like I wonder what Zokra is doing and like how soon it can be finished for Saturdays. That's just me. Cause I have another player. I have a player in one of my campaigns. It's like we're doing it late evening. It's like I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed. It's like we do this every 2 weeks. I don't want to be going on without you. Sure, you say it's fine, but to me, it's not.
Right.
Unless it's like okay to have a short-ish session, especially when things happen. It's just
Right.
I want all
like,
players to be there entirely.
Right. It's like after, because I've had this happen in campaigns previously, and it's like at a certain point, I basically just say, okay, if you want to still lead in this campaign, then I'm just going to have to write in a character flaw that your character randomly falls asleep. Because there's no other explanation as to why your character just suddenly stops doing things.
Yeah, I agree. It's just like,
Yeah. Or write in like a character trait of, oh, you get randomly BFR'd to another dimension sometimes. Which, if you don't know, that's also a reference to that one SCP, which is the, I forget what it's called. It's a humanoid one, and it's specifically, I believe, called the Reluctant Traveler or something like that. But yeah, it's about this dude where his only anomalous power is that he'll randomly be warped to other timelines and dimensions against his will. And no one knows why or how. What were you going to say, Camus?
Nothing, I'm just trying to figure out how to stat up HP for Winnibus.
Okay.
And I don't know how to pronounce her name. It just knows that she doesn't have the HP shown.
Okay.
dang. Amazing.
But yeah, that's why I try to make sure that, like, if there's something relevant in dragon knowledge, you know about it here to me, because that actually gives more reason for your backstory to be what it is. You know? That's also why I'm reluctant to give other people substantial amounts of dragon knowledge too, even when they rightfully should be able to know, just because, well, that kind of undersells Hoonery then, too.
Has to be a middle point, I feel.
I do agree with Cadmus on that.
Okay. I'm just worried about it, you know? I don't want people to stop having fun.
I mean, okay, if I think about it, if we're trying having me in the spotlight, it's fine to have other people know dragon lore. You just like Hoonery, you also know this. And also, I probably know the biggest parts of dragon lore.
Right.
I mean, no one else would.
It says, and I quote, that you either, if it's related to dragons, you either know it or you know where to find a book that can tell you. And that's a very powerful ability, because that basically means that there is no Dragon Lord that you guys do not have access to in some form, thanks to that background. You know what I mean? If we take
This is how I
that-
view it.
That's how you view it?
No, I wrote out how I view it. His expertise in every facet, he knows every tiny nook and cranny about it. Others basically know what was told to them.
Yeah. And if he doesn't know a tiny facet or nook or cranny, then he knows where to find that information.
Yep.
Yeah. It's
I
like
really
sometimes
like this-
I can withhold information from Hoodary, but I do have to at least tell him that you could find that information somewhere else. I need to tell him where he can find that information, because he does at least know that. Like, for example, when you guys were asking about something like, how do you become a Draco Lich? I mentioned that Hoodary doesn't know that, but he knows where to find it, and that's within the Central University on Dragon Continent.
It's like
the
it's like
name as well, Scholar.
yes, it's like I know where to find it, I know where to look for it, but it's like I'm not ever looking for that ever. No.
Yeah, because it's specifically within the Book of Evil Deeds.
Hollow Dragon, maybe. Hollow Dragon, Hoodary might have read about once, and that's where he probably learned the facts of like, wait a no. I would say like probably learned the facts like, oh yeah, Draco Liches are the saying like, what's a Draco Lich? Oh, nope.
Yep. Oh, that reminds me. Didn't you at one point want to read the lore on Hollow Dragons?
I did actually tell you about it.
Oh, right. You already did that. Never mind. I forgot.
Let's not have used the Dark Arts. Right. Remember, there are defense against the Dark Art classes.
Not in my campaign setting.
Don't worry. It's not like I saw Harry Potter and Voldemort do a sing-off. Oh, that was amazing. Welcome to Vegas, people, where you watch interesting shows that are absolutely hilarious. Hufflepuff
No,
died.
I've been to LA, and that's just another funny area to be in where you see that kind of stuff happening all the time.
Wait, did you see that at Vegas?
Potter.
Nice. Also, yeah, I've been to LA before, and yeah, stuff like that happens there.
I saw the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Skeletor apparently battle.
Oh god, now that makes me want to post Skeletor memes.
Ah! Oh, I was not to finish it.
Until we meet again! Yeah!
Give me it again. Oh my god. I want to. You know, that would be really interesting to have a villain. It's like, oh man, villain. Guys, where's the villain? He's running away. What do you mean? Until we meet again. And he just disengages from battle. Yes, he uses disengage.
That's why I was debating if I wanted my main villain to just be a campy, over-the-top one like Skeletor, or if I wanted him to
God, no!
actually be a serious character. I am definitely going to have one of his henchmen be a Skeletor-type character. That's definitely going to be a thing.
The one I'm posting over in voice chat is just, you know, my favorite villain. And he is my favorite. Look at it. He just look at it. That's him being goofy off.
Yes.
And this is his final line. Remember, we once lived.
That's heartfelt. Also reminds me of Sephiroth.
Yes.
It reminds me
This
of
movie
this.
is more than just,
Do you?
Yeah,
Because
but-
his final line was, "I will never be a memory."
oh god, now I have that as inspiration for the villain a little bit.
Listen. I want this guy to be a villain. I want him to just be, very chill with the party. He may be open about, yeah, I do things, but, I still want to, talk things out, And then at the end, it's like, alright, that's it.
Now you've given me
This one.
inspiration. I think you guys might meet the villain sooner rather than later now, because I have an idea.
I mean, I was wondering if this would be a separate villain, but, if it's part of the same villain, this would be amazing. Oh, this would be interesting. I'm curious how you go with this.
I'm scared. I am scared.
And I already know the catalyst of what would cause that event.
No!
And you do too, Cadmus.
No! I don't want to be a catalyst.
Authors of our fate, orchestrate a fall from grace. Course players on the stage, our defiance drives us straight to the edge.
That's actually maybe truer than you think of what's gonna happen.
Reflections in the glass, recollections of our past. How does Ember call us out?
Oh,
Fine.
I know what he's going to do. Now I have the perfect idea as to what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen. Keep in mind, Cadmus, Hootery has no idea anything about the villain because...
I made sure to keep it from him. Then when it just happens, it just... What the fuck?
Now, Hootery, that was rude.
I only post that for the fun, just for the fun of it. I mean, no ill intentions.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Nothing wrong with that.
It's
Legit, Hoonry.
yes.
I view your characters, you're just more than a dragon. You're not just a dragon scholar, you're more than that. So a person's more than their sum of their parts.
Hey,
Interesting.
The
and
paths that guide them to the truth that leads to where they want to go. Funny.
I'd say the sum of their parts in this case includes both Hootery and Korsoka, since they're both part of the same person.
I was trying to be a little bit poetic myself.
Okay.
It's like I do want art, like full color art of Hootery and Korsoka together at some point.
Oh, it looks good. I like it.
I want art of Hootery riding Korsoka.
Remember, he's a small owl riding a large-sized dragon. Here are the size references. Please take note of it. Have fun. What am I doing? Hootery having fun. He's holding a rapier, and just Korsoka being all silly.
Yeah, I also want art of Hootery impaling a half-ogre's head off with a rapier. I want art of that too. From the Session 0 fight.
For context reasons, we were trying to our rolls were messing up in a sense, that's not rolling right. All right, official roll rolls nat 20. Okay.
And also the half ogre was on 5 HP, so you blew over 4 times its current HP. So I was like, no, it's dead. What happened? And yeah, Mortal Kombat style finisher because didn't you say something like, oh, I just aim my rapier towards a target and just put all my momentum behind it?
Yes, just like a dive bomb, just boom.
Yeah, and you dive bombed so hard that I went, okay, well, you got a crit, so you ripped the entire head off the shoulders and flew 5 feet behind the half ogre.
Hootery during the battle. That was amazing. Hootery after the battle. Oh my god, what was that? Oh, okay, that was. Fighting is fun.
That was,
Yes,
I believe,
yes,
you
Korsoka.
remarked at the time, the most gore you've seen in a fight. Hootery, not blue-wise, but Hootery.
Yes.
I think during Cadmus's fight, he's just let's just end this, and then it's just the fact that he stopped raging, is shoot.
Yeah, and then you fried him with sappy heads.
It's just that was legit his reaction. Shoot.
Right.
Snappy hands.
Because
Not,
I
not scaling
remember.
hands. It's just.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's like it's not scaling hands. It's snappy hands, jazz hands.
Because I remember that fight specifically went on for so long, and it went on for so long that it went like 14 turns, and his rage ran out. And the one half ogre was dead, the other half ogre was on almost no HP. Cadmus was on like 2 HP or something. And his rage ran out, and then realized, oh hey, there's actually still one of them alive, and that's when that moment of, oh,
I have the exact quote that your cool said. Oh, looks like you can handle this. Bye.
Right. Wait, what?
Just like, I'm giving you back control, have fun. But, nope, bye.
Yeah. Also, at some point, Henry, you need to get the mountain combatant feat.
Gonna get it at some point.
You know what? At some point, Bug, you're making me want to get the mountain combatant feat for something.
It's good. It's a good feat. People should take it. People should ride mounts. I don't know why more people don't do that.
Listen, cavalry units are amazing in Fire Emblem. They go ear, they go ear, they go ear.
I just imagine this as actually Hootery is speaking. Just like, what the hell are you talking about?
I don't know. Kursoka got me drunk on something. I did not. Chug, chug, chug. Kursoka.
And I'm just imagining I'm imagining Brishnock to a snarky comment of, well, it was a good idea at the time.
So you're gonna see Cavish just lightly pat Kursoka, just like.
And I just see Kursoka's tongue hanging out like a dog. Basically, are giving him belly rubs.
Look at Cavish. He is so big and so strong. Sees a wolf, is like, oh, baby.
I think Brishnox at some point will be like, the days of drinking. Well, at least I don't need to worry about getting hangovers anymore.
Yeah, you remind me of Gup Rune Totem from Hearthstone, Cadmus.
It's just gonna see a gigantic monster. Baby!
Right.
I'm gonna call you Scruffles! What? Now get down here, light out. What? Light out. What? Light down or my hammer will beat you.
Literally.
I mean, you saw that
Maybe.
you saw that thing that I posted before in D&D 5e.
Now I want art of Cadmus like that. He just has an army of animals. He's like, where the hell did you get them? Friends.
But I'll post it again.
The power of friendship. I have made monsters my friend.
In this image.
You want me to pet? I'll call you Scruffles! Me to anyone.
Yeah. Barbarians. Not to fight, but they sure are brave. You will be my
Yeah,
new
we're
pet, and I
discussing,
shall
like-
call you Floppy.
Cadmus just sees the true dress. You sure I can't make him a pet? No!
Alright. And by the time you say that, he's already attacking you.
Blame his father for raising him this way.
Oh, right. I need to make that stat sheet. I forgot I need to make that stat sheet. I'll make that later after the stream. We have about 50 minutes left in the stream, by the way. Just for reference. After that, I'll still be doing this, just not on stream.
I'm doing Final Fantasy stuff, just getting further. I wanted to get to the next little fight thing I'm doing. Just need to speak with people, cause offers are fate.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, what's stopping me from just streaming longer?
You're the only one stopping yourself.
Yeah, I'll just stream until I feel like stopping.
Precisely what I do.
Okay. Well, I usually
Although
like to
peop-
set. I usually like to set a self-imposed time limit of. Oh, you should do 4 to 6 hours, and then you should stop.
I stream until I'm tired.
Ah.
Or don't want to stream.
Problem is, if I did that, then sometimes streams end in only under an hour. And I'm like, that's barely even a stream. This is why I feel bad whenever I end a stream after 2.5 hours, because I personally feel that I have not streamed long enough for it to actually be a full stream. But that's just my own standard I'm holding myself to. This is why I try to make our D&D sessions actually 4 hours. Because I want it to be a full stream. Plus, that way it also gives everyone time to do lots of stuff. So, are you two ready for tomorrow?
Oh, I'm ready for the things that are gonna happen, and I'm ready for the heartbreak, and I'm ready for everything good.
And now you, Hoonry?
I have to wake up at so early.
Yes.
Listen to me, who just randomly wakes up at 5 a.m., and I do not know why.
Don't go to bed until like 2 o'clock because I work so late. I might be late.
Well, it's either that you wake up that early, or you don't sleep that night, and you just stay up until the thing. Those are your two options.
I can't because I have a campaign later that day.
Ah. Yeah, let's not have a sleep-deprived owl. Have you ever seen a sleep-deprived owl? They're not fun.
I literally saw one that just flew into a building.
Yeah. It seems like you got thumb. Ow.
Are you sure that's a sleep-deprived owl and not just a suicidal owl?
I'm sure I'm sleepy.
You're sleep deprived. Go sleep. No, go sleep.
think it
The
was just
sun's
a
not even
baby.
out yet. Go sleep, or else you're gonna have daymares.
It's just a baby too, and it just like Amelia. Huh? That was its immediate reaction to hitting the wall. Just like it's like what?
Wait, what? I'm awake, I swear. What happened?
Okay, listen. If Bug Boy says that Moonery is asleep because sleep deprived owl, and it's just Karsoka, oh boy.
Hoonry, do I have permission to control Birchnox and Karsoka while your character's asleep?
Yes, you have permission to be doing that kind of stuff. If I'm ever away and my character's asleep.
Okay. He's not just a baby, he's one of the oldest people in the group.
I'm like the second oldest.
Not counting Birchnox?
Not just a baby. He's just baby.
Oh,
The difference.
I don't know what that means then.
Adorable, innocent.
Alright. Hey, have you guys ever heard of poppets?
Yes.
Those
I don't
things
understand
that
what they are, but they're a thing.
those things that you throw on the ground and they make a loud pop sound. And you can freak people out by throwing them at their feet. They're also called snappets sometimes, and I've also heard them called pop rock sparklers, even though they have nothing to do with pop rocks. And you can also do something else like, lay 10 of them down on the road and just freak out a car driver by having them drive over them and all of them pop at once and think their tire popped. I may or may not have done that as a kid. I also hid to make sure that they didn't know that I did that. I've actually done that and seen someone come out of their car and be like, what the hell happened? As it just tried to hide.
That's how a wine drake looks. It looks weird.
Oh, what was that one question you had about dragons, Cadmus? I forget.
I DM'd it to you. I think I DM'd you everything.
Okay, well, I just meant as in, like, if it's something that Hoonery could tell you since they're here. Because they know the Fizbane book better than I do.
I think.
Oh, we did, well, you were gone at the time, but we did find out that gem dragons do indeed have scales, blood, skin, and make eggs. So,
I'm
yes.
feeling they had blood. I didn't know that they made eggs. I thought they just reproduced asexually.
Eggs, I knew. It was a blood that I didn't figure out right away.
I knew the blood thing because I know in somewhere it says they are semibiotic.
Yes, they have children. So technically, gem half-dragons are possible.
It's
I do also
interesting.
know that something interesting is the fact of Fizbane mentions at one point of which came first, the mineral or the dragon, and he said that's a simple question. It's the dragon, which means that all sapphires originate from sapphire dragons. Which is interesting.
And that does make sense. Gems could easily fall off them.
Yeah.
Just what is it? I know there's a thing. Some kind of golem. It's just the term. It's just basically the golem picking up parts of it to make rocks.
Yeah. The one of the few things I don't have a large knowledge base on is a lot of the creatures in Dungeons and Dragons. The items and spells and character stuff I all know, but it's the actual like monster manual creatures and like Wolos and all that sort of stuff that I am not super familiar with a lot of it. Like, for example, a lot of that stuff that Hoonery pointed out was brand new to me. Granted, that's because it's Fizbane, but then there's also things like, you know, that one creature where its entire gimmick is that, oh, it has a terrible secret that's corrupting its mind and whacking it and making it do psychic damage to enemies and stuff. And it's desperate to try and tell someone else its secret, but anyone else that it tells its secret to will have their mind slowly being, you know, messed up as a result.
Yep.
Which is, one, a really good way to exposition lore dump something, but also, two, is a really scary villain to fight because of the fact they could just end parties.
This would be an interesting game. Interesting.
It's fun, isn't it?
I'm sad.
What was that, Hoonery?
Post it in funny. I'm just about to post it in funny.
I didn't see what's posted in funny yet. I think we owe it all to Gaia's skills with the hammer. I never did get the hang of summoning primals correctly.
And then this is the one.
Talking to a friend be like, just promise you won't transform into a crazy ice lady and try to kill me. Again.
I'll promise, I'll promise.
Let's see. Yes, describing Shiva. A woman named Zale made herself a vessel for Shiva. She and a great worm-headed goddess shared an undying bond. Yes. Describe, how to describe Raid out of context. He's half man, half beard, and another half beard for good measure. I'm old beard! I spent most of the time chasing after orbs, with varying degrees of success.
I didn't know you posted that because I thought you were laughing at the cat picture I posted before.
Another way to describe a raid. Landslides, the landslides, so many landslides, bow down over dwellers. So, what are these primals? I break my fast on primals. What? Simple. I have breakfast. The primals are my breakfast. What? This is a funny one. I love it.
Stretching.
Don't try to turn these.
Huh.
Yeah.
Does he have immunity then? Probably. Question. I have a question. So, and this is just like a DM judging thing. Question.
Yes?
If someone is polymorphed into someone else, and then they become petrified, and they get reduced to 0 HP while petrified, would they turn back unpetrified, or would they turn back petrified?
I think unpetrified.
That's what I'm thinking too, but I thought I would ask in case you two thought anything different.
Afraid?
Henry, what are your thoughts?
I think they would. Yeah, they would. If they're reduced to 0 hit points, and the statue crumbles, they would return to their normal form. They probably need to be stabilized, but they would be unconscious, and in their original form. That's what I think.
Okay. Well, that's why I'm more meant specifically with polymorph in this case. Because polymorph, where it says when you get hit 0 hit points, you return back to the form you're in before you polymorphed. So, from how that's worded, I think that would unpetrify you, because your new form is the one that got petrified, not your old form.
Yep. You'd be unpetrified, and you'd probably be at 0 hit points or something. I don't know.
No, polymorph does not. If polymorph returns you to the hit points you had before you polymorphed.
It's a second health bar.
It's basically a second health bar, yeah. Just like Wild Shape for Druids, it's a very similar thing. Where it's just a second health bar on top of your previous health bar. And when you get reduced to 0 hit points while polymorphed, any excess damage is put onto your other form.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you ever want to make a enemy boss in D&D very tanky? Give him a ton of use as a polymorph and have him abuse it. He'll have a stupid amount of health bars.
Oh.
Better yet, make him a druid. Better yet, make him an arch druid.
That too. If you want to make him literally invincible and have literal DPS check mechanics, make him a Circle of Spores Arch Druid. And he won't lose any of his abilities, and he'll be able to give himself 40 is it 40? I believe it's like 40 temporary hit points every single turn as a bonus action.
I think it's 2 times druid level.
Yeah, so it's
Arch
40.
Druid, yeah. As far as I know, it's like once you go in Arch Druid, you can use it as many times as you want.
Exactly. Which is like, oh, so every turn he's giving himself 40 temporary hit points. Meaning, oh hey, if you can't do more than 40 damage to him in one round of combat, well, he's just going to heal it off then.
Giving me new battle tactics.
I mean, imagine that, Herdery, where it's a boss where, oh, you have to deal more than 40 hit points of damage to a target just to even scrape his actual HP pool, let alone how high that is. And they're doing it as a bonus action, meaning they aren't even losing action economy because of it. Because they can do their normal, like, spells and stuff, because that's not a spell. They can do their normal spells on top of that. And that's on top of all the other things that Circle of Spores Druid does, which is a bunch of other things. Yeah, having a main villain as a Circle of Spores Druid is very tough to deal with.
It's also hard to manage.
As a player and as a DM, yeah.
We legit had conversations with me and you applying the main villain and just like,
Right, no, to be fair, to me that's the fun part. One of the most fun parts of prepping for a D&D campaign is looking at all the toys your villains can use to mess with the party. That's one of the
we have a very big one, don't we?
That's one of the most fun parts to me. Is like, ooh, now I get to find all the ways that I can mess with the party. I'm being purposefully vague, Kevin.
No, but I hate how you regard it as toys. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, I'm doing my best not to give any hints.
So I'm not gonna help either.
Well, you are a big help currently with the thing, because you helped me come up with a villain.
Because I'm good at making evil characters, I'm not good at playing them.
I'm not good at making evil characters, but and I'm also not that good at playing them. To be fair, you know, if I make an evil character, usually they're like super evil, because I have a hard time even making evil characters. So if I make evil characters, I go all the way with it, or I make them as evil as possible. Just because that way I'm sure, okay, they're actually evil. Because most of my villains and campaigns end up being like, you know, lawful neutral. Where it's you kinda almost can't call them villains per se. But no, this one I went, you know what? I want an evil character. I'm actually going to work hard to make an evil one. Because it's hard for me to make evil. Because I'm not an evil person. Never have been. At worst, I'm a neutral person. I don't know.
You see,
That's an interesting question. What would you guys say your own alignments are? I would say mine is chaotic good.
Chaotic good.
I think I'm neutral good.
Yeah, I can see that. I was just gonna say I could also see true neutral for you, Blue.
I can see that as well.
I see myself very much as chaotic good.
Yep. I agree. Though I could also see you as chaotic neutral as well. Potentially. For that reason. Yeah.
Neutral at worst, I think.
I will say one part of you is chaotic good, the other part of you is chaotic neutral, and that's all I'll say.
The other part of me, and a small part of me, is lawful evil.
Interesting. I would say my wife's lawful neutral, which is part of why her and I clash sometimes, because she's a lawful character, I'm a chaotic character. Surtur is very much chaotic good, like completely chaotic. Not chaotic. Surtur is very much lawful good. He's like completely lawful good in terms of he's as lawful as I've ever seen a person get in the real world.
To be fair, we also had arguments. We had Zokarai, like, who they have conversations with Cadmus so far. One of the main conversations: why are you neutral good? You seem more chaotic good. I'm like, feel more neutral.
Right. You guys were there for that story about the terms and conditions, right?
Yes.
With Surtur. So you remember the lengths he'll go to follow the law. And he will be the one to sit there and ask, he'll be the one that sits there and asks questions and does things that no one would think to ask or even say. He very much is the type of thing where he takes absolutely nothing for granted and, doesn't assume anything.
In the most chaotic good aspect of Cadmus is just if put up with hell and the chance for his friends to die that he cares about, he'll just seal off his friends and just go in solo.
Right.
He'll make sure they're all protected.
Indeed. Meanwhile, I'm just chaotic good because I don't really care about rules. Like, straight up, rules don't matter to me much. I just do what I do because I want to do it and I want to help people. I don't really care what rules exist. No, like, if they're convenient, I'll follow them, but if they get in the way, I might just do it and then ask for forgiveness later. No, that's not the best way to do things, but it's the only way to do things. But for the most part, I'm just interested in helping people.
And so now I'm wondering with other factions. Later on, I'm gonna join.
Yeah, Cadmus is evidently now interested in the lore faction as well.
And the coffee biscuits.
Yes. Which is going to lead to weird situations, potentially.
But it really. You see a situation, I see a possible advancement.
Oh, that reminds me. I also need to make the Silvestro troll rooms. Right, I forgot about that. I need to do that at some point. Have I told you guys about those, by the way? As a DM, not as a player.
No.
Let me turn down the music a little bit because it's a little loud. The Silvestro troll room. So every time you guys go through the elevator.
Oh yes, you did.
Yeah. Do you want to hear about it, Henry?
Go on.
Every time you guys go through the elevator, there's a small random chance that you might end up somewhere completely different. And that Silvestro just sent you somewhere else randomly other than where you wanted to go.
Mm-hmm.
And more specifically, how the rules for that work is that once you're in that new location, the elevator will not work for you for another hour. So you're stuck in that location for an hour. It might be another floor of the carriage that you guys already know about. It might be one that you guys don't know about. It might be somewhere random in the Feywild. You don't know. One of those areas is Silvestro himself and his horde. So I joked before that Zokurai might use the elevator, press a button, and just randomly be face to face with Silvestro for an hour and can't leave.
Sylvester, I'm gonna bring this guy to me. Hi. Oh,
Right.
hi. I didn't bring my tea bags.
Yep. Also, these other floors, quote unquote, are floors that cannot be normally accessed by the elevator. So if you want to, for example, manually go to any of those places, you can, unless Silvestro, for some reason, allows you to.
I was legit about to say, what if Cabas gets an opportunity to go somewhere?
Only if Silvestro allows it. And Jaden would be the only one that would know if he would or not.
I could imagine Jaden trolling us with that kind of stuff. Like, hey, Sylvester, pull a prank on this guy. On the next person goes in the elevator. Okay. Jaden ends up being the one going on the elevator. Oh, shit. You told me to the one on the next elevator. Ah!
Yep. I also figured Jaden has his own special floor that only he can access as well. I haven't actually talked to Jaden about that yet, but that was an idea that's been rattling around in my brain.
I'm getting through a bit of something that I'm gonna go do. Eating some Speaks Ryan down all the way over there. What's it been? Yeah.
Were you trying to do an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression? Because that sounded like that.
No,
Yeah.
No.
Whatever it is.
No.
I'm terrible at
absolutely not.
it.
Now leave me alone. I'm going on my bike and going, really fast. Where's my giant sword? I'll swing around my giant sword. Makes complete total sense.
Right? Like your freaking Cloud Strife or something.
Precisely the point, because I was riding his bike. No. Okay.
You're in danger, Camus?
I was just joking about the whole entire, interrogation talking oh, we're all in danger.
Yeah. That's why I've made it a point before that that's Silvestro's carriage. That's not Jaden's carriage. He's just letting you guys use it.
I probably should be looking at something.
Also, I will mention, by the way, that carriage is the equivalent of a legendary item.
Damn.
Yeah. But it's not owned by you guys. It's owned by Silvestro. The only reason why he lets you have access to it is because Jaden specifically asked and paid tribute to summon it. And Jaden technically has to go through a 1-hour ritual to summon it, and he'll only be able to summon it if Silvestro actually gives him permission. Either way.
It's like, yes, you see, this is my carriage every time I come to the material plane. Okay.
Right. That reminds me, I need to. Here's a question. There's epic boons that allow you to get higher than 9th level slots. Should I even bother to make 10th level spells?
Question is, would you rather want Zokurai to have a chance of having a 12th level spell and basically pulling that character's spell again?
Have a chance to have Zokurai pull him back? What?
No. You remember the story of the 12th level spell? I just have a feeling that Zokurai's going to be the one to cast it again.
Oh. Well, I already had an idea for a 12th level spell, which is a better idea than Karsus' avatar. And it's actually a spell I came up with in a previous campaign. It's a 12th level spell called True Wish, where you can literally do anything with the spell, no strings attached, and no chance to lose it. And by anything, I mean in terms of, you know how it says with Wish, oh, you know, if you wish for something other than replicating 8th level or lower spell, it might have. Yeah, no. In that case, with True Wish, as long as the GM allows it, you can do it. Period. And there's no
Oh, there's gonna be some things that Cadmus asked for with that kind of power.
Imagine the types of things a villain could ask for with that type of power.
Insane.
Exactly. Which is the reason why it's a 12th level spell.
One
But-
to rip the world, one to bring it anew.
But here's the thing, of course. You know, do I even want that to be a thing in the campaign? I don't know. I don't know if I even want to include it in the campaign because I'm kind of scared to do so.
I mean,
Just
then you have to
because-
ask
Sorry, go ahead.
to add the repercussions of the goddess of magic.
Yeah, that's a problem because you would still not be allowed to cast higher than 9th level spells. Meaning, if you tried, you would have to get her permission to do so. Which then I would have to go over her personality and stuff, and that's a whole big old headache. Anywho, my tablet keeps turning off. No, that's not what I do. That's not what I didn't do either. Ah, stupid thing. Not you.
Wait for each one of us, get our own little player home base thing. It'd be cool.
You've got your own home base. That's called Sylvestral's Carrot. That was my answer to, hey, where's the player base? There it is. You guys have a traveling home.
One home that's more home for one person than others. Oh, jeez.
Mainly, I just don't want to split the party.
I'm not gonna. I don't want anyone to split up.
And that's why I was worried about your proposition. Because that, to me, feels like it would split the party because of the repercussions.
Me, I didn't feel like it was splitting the party. I just felt like it was just a one visit thing kind of thing.
Well, yeah, but also at the same time, then I need to incorporate more from the previous campaign.
True, true.
Which I haven't even begun to fund that.
Yeah. Be complicated. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Understand that that darkness balances out light. You guys need to know that everything must be in equilibrium.
Yes. Exactly.
Both
What
evil
is-
and good are required to be in the world.
Yes, there must be balance, not just one. I'm
Right.
looking at you! Stop using it all for destruction!
Who are you talking to?
Meh.
I was about to say, if you're talking to Cadmus, that's the most ironic thing that you could say.
No, I'm not speaking to Cadmus, I'm speaking to something else.
Polly, something is gay. What, you're playing Final Fantasy right now?
No, it's actually nothing in this game. Something else.
Ah, okay. It's him.
I don't know who. Are you talking about Kursoka?
Nope, nothing about D&D.
Oh. Are you talking about Daniel?
No.
Oh.
I have no idea then. Okay, whatever.
Wait. What have I gone before? What Trials of Darkness have I defeated?
What the heck are you playing?
I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV. I'm trying to remember any,
I mean, I knew he was playing Final Fantasy XIV because he talked about the bike earlier from Final Fantasy VII.
voices over the bill.
That's a skill I've had to learn over the course of my life, is to be able to type without looking at the keyboard.
Yeah.
That's something I never have.
Yeah.
Oh yes, the Cloud of Dark.
Well, I'm doing it right now because I'm reading from my tablet and then typing the words as I read them, and my fingers just know where to go. Though that's partly because I'm synced with my keyboard rather than any skill. You know what I mean? After you have a keyboard for long enough, you kind of memorize where everything is on the keyboard.
I understand.
That reminds me. What's your guys' stock on this notion? Because I've heard the... What's your guys' stock on the notion of after you own something for long enough, a little piece of yourself goes into it?
Yeah, that's kind of how I view things.
I mean, I do view it too. I remember that being over in Bleach.
Yeah, I know scientifically that doesn't mean anything, but anecdotally, that feels like it's the case to me. Because I can tell that my computer's developed something of a personality in terms of how temperamental it is sometimes. And considering how temperamental I am sometimes, that fits. But that could just be me reading into things. I don't know.
Maybe, maybe not.
Who's to say?
For really anyone.
I know my wife would say that I'm just making all that up and that I'm lying, but she doesn't believe any of this stuff. Which, to be fair, to each their own. Sorry, I'm just babbling.
I understand.
Umbra. Eden's Promise Umbra. Now available as a regular duty. Please sign up for a tier. Umbra selection. Now, just a sound. Do you need to make it louder?
How do I calculate your HP? Has to be some way.
Oh, no. Inside. Is love in the flow. Here from angels raising the way. It's a blow. And then the world's empty. Of tomorrow. Next one, I was gonna go here, and I do need to put standard step on here. I do need to put technical step on here. I will need to put devilment on there. Now, improvision can go and be the third dance. Now, I need... Flourish. Where's Flourish? Flourish, Flourish, Flourish. There we go. Yes, Devilment and Flourish. Uh...
Ugh. I also need to figure out. Actually, never mind. I already know that one. Oh, it's raining outside. Didn't even notice.
I'm trying to figure out fucking Winnibus's HP. This is 60-12?
What are you trying to figure out? And don't say the name again.
Let's start up her HP.
Oh, for the guard captain?
Hmm?
It's 60-12 plus con for each level. Because each level is a D12 plus con. Though, do remember that the first level is just 12, because they don't have you roll for the first level.
So
So it'd be-
60-12.
So, I forget what her con is, but it would be basically 12 plus con, and then it would be D12 plus con, D12 plus con, D12 plus con, D12 plus con, and then D12 plus con.
The con is a 3.
So, the first one would be 15, and then it would be 5d12 plus 15. So it'd be 5d12 plus 30 in all. That would be her HP.
9d12. 30. 40, 30.
Which, that's below average, so let's figure out the average. 47.
Weak.
No, 13, 26. 6.5, so that'd be 32.5 plus 30. So her HP should be 63, because that'd be the average, so raise it up to 63. Because I don't want her to be super squishy. Also, yes, that goes to show how strong the guard captain is. She's a level 6 player character.
Nice.
Yep.
There we go. Because it was starting to annoy me that she did not have any HP on her.
Okay. That doesn't usually annoy me, but I'm glad that you resolved it since it annoys you.
Now I already got jump in for a high jump. Got my dragon set. Okay, I think that's good. Alright.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, Cadmus, but she has 3 feats, and that's on purpose.
Okay, I did not actually pay attention to that.
Yeah. She has
draw. I need that. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, she has the observant feat, she has the alert feat, and she has the mobile feat.
I called it.
And yeah, one of her big things is that one of her big strategies for dealing with criminals is chasing them down, because she moves 50 feet per round without dashing. And she's literally a charging bull that will charge towards enemies. And then given her one racial ability, if she, let's say, moves 50 feet, then dashes 50 more feet, and then is within melee range of an enemy, she can then use a bonus action to use her hordes on the enemy, and it does extra damage, if I remember correctly. Which is good for...
I got scoring rush.
Well, yeah, the gore rush. Which is good for incapacitating enemies, because she does not kill. She does not try to kill. She tries to incapacitate people so that they can be properly tried.
Always a good thing to do. Alright,
Yeah,
cool. I
Deep
wonder
is.
maybe.
She just wants to stop them from moving and then slap handcuffs on them, which, if you haven't noticed, Catman, she has 10 sets of handcuffs in her actual thing.
I'm assuming this is on her at all times.
Yeah, that's all on her at all times. If you're wondering about the weight, keep in mind she's a large creature because she's not medium-sized, she's large-sized. She's the same size as Harold, for example. Because, I'm sorry, but Minotaurs in my campaign are actual large-sized creatures. I don't care what the player's handbook says about Minotaurs. They're supposed to be
They
large.
deserve to be large. They are in all forms of mythology large.
Right. Exactly. So if a player wants to play as a Minotaur, I just say, oh, they play as a large-sized creature.
I never say that's broken.
Is it broken?
No, it's not. It shouldn't be.
Yeah, it's not. And before some people say, oh, the damage dice from large-sized creatures is broken or whatever, I point out and say, do you know how much weaker martial classes are compared to spellcasters because of the spells they can do? They deserve something like this. They deserve a way to keep up competitively damage-wise with casters. If you're playing a 20th level champion fighter, you should be able to dish out as much damage as a 9th level meteor swarm.
Midnight, why?
I
Shout out,
think Midnight
yes.
agrees with me.
Just legit shout out, hell yes.
Right? It's kind of a tragedy that they can't.
Also, by the way, True Wish spell that you talked about, I feel like that actually is fitting for for Cavus's character. Just like have like a long chat with the goddess of magic to just ask her to just like help him with that.
Okay, we'll cover that another time. I want to continue with my one point because I wasn't actually done. I was gonna go over the damage that you can actually do as a fighter, at a max level fighter, level 20, compared to meteor swarms damage. So you mind if I go over that?
Yes.
Okay, so keep in mind, I'm going to be considering action surge in this case. So you're going to be using action surge on the turn. So this will be 8 attacks with a greatsword. And let's say you have a +5 to your strength. Okay, so that's 8 attacks with a greatsword, +5 to your strength. Okay, and let's say most of those hit. So okay. Actually, let's just say that they all hit, just for the sake of argument. Okay, so that is 8 times 2, 16d6 damage, +5 per. So really, that's 18. That's 12d6. Sorry, no, it's 16d6 plus 40 in terms of damage, which that seems like a lot, and that's not including crits, but that's including they're always hitting. That seems like a whole lot of damage, right?
Hmm?
And yeah, that's as much as a normal, that's like, oh hey, cool, you did that amount. Cool. Let's look at Meteor Swarm. Meteor Swarm, first off, it's 4 40-foot radius comets. So they hit everything in those 40-foot radiuses. And each individual person hit by it takes 20d6 fire damage and 20d6 bludgeoning damage. Suddenly, 16d6 plus 40 doesn't seem like that much. But let's now assume it's a large character wielding, a large weapon. Okay, well now suddenly you're going from 16d6 to 32d6 plus 40. Now that's more comparable damage. And then if you throw the monstrous weaponry training feat on top of that, which would let them wield a huge sized greatsword, then oh hey, that went from 32d6 to 48d6. Is it? Actually, wait, no. 18, 6, 12, no, sorry, 8 times 4? 12, 16, 24. 24d6.
24. No?
Wait, no. 48. Yeah, no, I was correct the first time. 48d6. That's really good damage. Of course, now, to be fair, you're playing as a large character wielding a sword sized for a huge creature. But, also to be fair, you're a 20th level character, and this is assuming every single one hits. So, yeah, now you're doing competitive damage with a Meteor Swarm, which is what you rightfully should be able to do.
To be fair, it just literally brings them into account of just marshals need to be kind of having their own shine.
Yeah, and also to be fair, that's including action surge. That's including the fact that you're giving yourself a second action. If we don't use action surge, then, oh hey, it's only going to be, let's see, 4d6 each. It's only going to, let's see, 66 each. Times 4, 6, 8, 24. It's only going to be 24 d6 plus 20. Which, granted, that's equal to 1/2 of the damages from the Meteor Swarm. So yeah, this is not broken. Compared to what a spellcaster can do, this just makes martial classes actually more balanced. Because the difference between a martial class and the sorcerer class, for example, is while a sorcerer can do that amount of damage, they can't do it consistently, because once they use their 9th level slot, that's it. But the champion fighter can do that every turn. If not the action surge one, but the non-action surge one. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So yeah. Now there is ways to increase that damage more if you went with different classes and blah blah blah. But again, I just want to talk about the most basic of martial classes, which is a 20th level champion fighter. So there's the least factors to factor in. And plus, really high level fighters tend to get more just because they can get up to 4 extra attacks. Up to 4 attacks per action. And that doesn't have to be with one of those swords, by the way. You could have it be like a war bow or something, or have it be like a musket or something. I don't know. Either way, it's still competitive damage, which is the whole point. And that's why I'm like, yeah, no, that's fine. Sorry, I just wanted to go on a mini rant there as to...
No, I understand.
Yeah, that's the reason why I don't consider the oversized weapons, the higher damage dice, to be overpowered, because to me, they just balance out how powerful people with spells are in general. And it's honestly a way that you can increase your damage reliably as a martial class. Is, oh hey, just wield a bigger weapon and get the training to do so. You're gonna say something, Kevin?
No, I was stretching.
Ah, okay.
Sorry.
Plus, it also adds in another thing I want to add in, which is a Monster Hunter vibe to the whole Dragon Hunters and Dragons thing. Because I thought it'd be really cool if it was like, hey, what if we just have people carrying around like 10-foot long swords? It's like, oh hey, it's a 7-foot tall human, but wielding a 10-foot greatsword. Because it's greatsword sized for a large creature. And it's just able to swing it around like you're from freaking Monster Hunter. I don't know. With this current rule set, I can now legitimately put Sephiroth in the campaign, and he wouldn't be standing out of place. Because I can actually factor in his giant freaking katana.
You just made Midnight happy.
Yeah. Now I just need a dude with long, fabulous silver hair.
No! Maybe they just was like, oh, so Cadmus. No!
Wasn't one of the things in his fan club that he uses an entire bottle of shampoo every day when he takes a shower? I know
Yes.
that was one of the factoids about Sephiroth. He uses an entire bottle of shampoo every day.
Yes, and Midnight mocked me because I read that first when I read it as champagne.
Champagne. He used the entire bottle of champagne. To be fair, it's Sephiroth. He might. I could see him drinking an entire bottle of champagne in the shower.
To be fair, I actually like the story of Sephiroth in that in Final Fantasy.
I do too. And I also like what they did with him in the reboot. Do you want to know what's cool about that?
Yeah.
So, you remember the whole evil insanity thing? That's like a plot point with Sephiroth?
Yeah.
So, remember his ending in Advent Children, where he said, "I will never be a memory."
Hmm?
So, what if I told you that that same Sephiroth then hops to a different timeline and tries to alter history so he never gets screwed into being possessed by Gaia? And that is the story of the Final Fantasy VII Remake.
I like that.
Yeah, because believe it or not, that is the theorized story for the Final Fantasy VII Remake and its subsequent sequel. This is a Sephiroth with full knowledge from the main campaign all the way up through Advent Children, and he just didn't become a member. He didn't fade away. He went, you know what? I'm tired of being possessed by Gaia and doing her will. I'm tired of being possessed by my mom. I want freedom. And so he decided to go to an alternate timeline and change history. And that's why there's all those spirits in the remake, because those spirits are trying to guide Cloud towards the normal timeline, which is the timeline we saw in Final Fantasy VII. But Cloud keeps making weird changes, and it's due to Sephiroth's influence. But the funny thing about that is the fact that now there's two Sephiroths running around in the Final Fantasy VII Remake. There's the one who knows everything for the main timeline, and then the one who's originally supposed to be there.
That's how I dodged it. Got it. Cool. Paying attention. Thank goodness I was. Alright,
Sorry,
Yeah.
I wanted to geek out for a moment about that.
No,
Yeah,
don't
you're
worry,
fine.
it's fine.
Because, yeah, I really like that. It's a really cool system to me. Because that way they gotta... Because, again, it's a remake. No, it's continuation of the story. Like, wait, what? But it's going back to the beginning timeline. Did I stutter? That was one of the most bold moves they ever could have done. And honestly, this now explains why he had the whole evil insanity thing. Because Sephiroth's not an inherently evil person, and this proves it. It was the influence of his mother that caused that, of Genova. He was being possessed by Genova, which is what caused all that. So when he saw his chance to break out of that at the end of Advent Children, he took it and went to an alternate timeline to try and stop himself from ever being possessed by Genova.
Indeed.
We're talking about Final Fantasy VII lore. Don't mind us, Henry.
I know.
So yeah, and in that game, there's a big dynamic of, is he evil? Is he good? Should he be trusted? Should he not? You know, the planet itself is trying to prove. And here's the thing: you want to know who's the only character in that directly recognizes this as the same Sephiroth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Aerith. She knows. And it's due to her direct tie to Gaia. To Gaia, the lifeblood of the planet.
No, I got hit. Oh, I know
Oh,
she's about. Never mind.
You ever wonder why Aerith seemingly knows more than she lets on?
Hmm.
Did you ever
Interesting.
stop to think about that?
No.
Well, that's a plot point in the remake, and I won't spoil bigger stuff, but yeah, that's a plot point. Is that she immediately knows, and she has a problem with him being here because, in her own words, you don't belong here. Leave. Makes you kind of wonder, did she know she was going to die there? it makes me wonder that anyway. I've never personally played the remake, but that's from everything I know about the story of it. All I know is the ending fight is awesome.
Same. I
Have you played the
agree.
remake?
Yes.
Cool. Did you discover all of this stuff? Cool.
Midnight was just joking about something regarding me in it.
Oh,
I sent you it via DMs.
okay.
Going like that, go like that,
Oh.
that, and
My
then.
wife has joked about that with me as well.
Ow.
It's just being teasy right now.
Yep. Alright, well, I'm going to end the stream because I hear Llewellyn is home. Thank you, everyone on YouTube who is watching, if indeed you still are. And I'll talk to y'all later. Goodbye. Say bye, everyone.
Bye.
Oh.
Great job, Vinny.